All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning to those of us who are together in the top of International Village, on the East Village, one of our villages, on this really beautiful day. We do have to lower the blinds so that you will be able to see the screen, but I hope people have had an opportunity to take in the view clearly. This day is approved of, and our celebration is approved of by some powers that have given us sunlight and warmth to enjoy the day. I also want to say good morning to those of us who are joining us and will be joining us online. My name is Regine. I am Associate Dean in the College of Social Sciences and Humanities here at Northeastern, and we are so honored to be able to host this day-long symposium of established and emerging scholars from across Boston to reflect on feminist and Black studies scholar, teacher, and public intellectual bell hooks, who has influenced so many people and who is gone much too soon. I just want to say a quick word about my own, not relationship to, but the importance of bell hooks in my own education. I was an English and Women's Studies graduate student in the 1980s, and so it is the bell hooks books of the 1980s that I remember best. Ain't I a Woman, Feminist Theory from Margin to Center, Talking Back, that really helped me to understand that what we then called women's studies, that I was coming to know at the time, was going to need to consist of something more than rediscovering Charlotte Bronte and Mary Shelley. And her clarion voice and clarity of expression really helped so many of us understand, along with other tremendously influential voices of that period, such as Alice Walker, Toni Morrison, Audre Lorde, the centrality of Black women's voices, Black feminist thinking, and Black feminist and womanist activism to what has come to develop as a more evolved women's gender and sexuality studies, to which questions and concepts of race and scholars of color are absolutely central. I also, as a then emerging instructor, was so grateful to bell hooks because the forcefulness and clarity with which she wrote made her as valuable to teach with as to think with. I look forward to our thinking about her again together today. I am now going to introduce my new and already incredibly valued colleague, Regine Jean-Charles. Regine is the Director of Africana Studies here at Northeastern. She is Dean's Professor of Culture and Social Justice, and she is also herself a professor in the Africana Studies Department program that she directs, and in Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. No, Susanna, I was not going to forget that. Thank you. Her work is in the area of Black France and Black French literature, Sub-Saharan Africa, Caribbean literature, Haiti, and the diaspora. French language literature across all of those areas. She is the author of Conflict Bodies, The Politics of Rape Representation in the Francophone Imaginary, which came out in 2014. And she is most recently the author of Martin Luther King and the Trumpet of Conscience, which again, I like to think, I'm sure Dr. Jean-Charles would not mind if I say that this book is in the lineage of bell hooks' work, because it is an intervention in public discourse written about a figure who so many people think they know, but helping us rethink and revisit this figure for a new century and a new moment. I apologize that I forgot to take my mask off when speaking. I just realized that. It's a little late to do so now, so I hope that I was able to be audible to everyone. It is now my enormous honor and pleasure to introduce my colleague, Regine Marie Jean-Charles. Dr. Jean-Charles.
Thank you so much, Laura, for that introduction. Thank you to all of you who are here today on this beautiful morning. And thank you so much to all of our friends online who are joining us. I wish I could see you, but I take heart knowing that you can see us. It is such a pleasure to be here. And it's so exciting for me to be able to organize this event and to have this event happen. So thank you really from the bottom of my heart. I was a teenager when I first read Bell Hooks. I remember Ain't I a Woman? Black Women and Feminism as the book gifting me with the language to understand myself as a Black girl growing up in a predominantly white setting for whom the scourge of racism, the confines of sexism, and the vice hold of patriarchy felt intensely present. Later, while I was in college, my beloved mentor, Farah Jasmine Griffin, gave me a copy of Black Looks, Race and Representation, a book that transformed my thinking, my looking, and my reading. In chapters like Loving Blackness as Political Resistance and Revolutionary Women Making Ourselves Subject, Hooks broached subjects ranging from Black love to domestic violence, effectively providing me with a template for what it looks like to be a scholar activist, a Black feminist intellectual for whom academic work is relevant far beyond the academy. In college was also when I became fond of using Hooks' term, imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchy, heteropatriarchy, to describe just about everything. In graduate school, sorry, I lost my place. While in graduate school, I read All About Love for the first time and imagined bridging the gap between my public and private lives, not only in theory, but in praxis. In my early years as an assistant professor, it was teaching to transgress, teaching community, and teaching critical thinking that inspired me to espouse a model of engaged pedagogy in which the classroom becomes a learning community and students are empowered to bring their whole selves into academic life. Now that she has gone on to be an ancestor, the gifts that Bell Hooks gave me at these different stages of my personal and professional lives feel even more relevant. As I welcome you to our Africana Studies Symposium, Talking Back the Genius of Bell Hooks, I cannot help but remember the many gifts that Bell Hooks has left me as a Black feminist, a writer, a scholar activist, a teacher, a lover, a mother, a mentor, and a friend. After all, it was Bell Hooks' talking back that taught me not to accept my own daughter's it taught me to accept, I'm still working on it, obviously. It was Bell Hooks' talking back, it was rereading Bell Hooks' talking back as a mother that I learned to accept my daughter's inquisitive nature and resistant nature. Unfortunately for my sons, I didn't reread talking back when they were little. And after all, it was my friend with whom I have the privilege of being in so much scholarly, activist, beloved community, Shawn McGuffey, Dr. Shawn McGuffey, who texted me a few days after her death saying, we should do something. And this inspired us to create this event. Channeling my own grief into organizing this event enabled me to hold on to the concepts that Hooks cherished, like love, community, teaching, writing, and thinking, and also to hold space for our collective grief. My hope for today is that we will together contemplate and celebrate the many gifts that she left us, gifts that live in our writing, in our teaching, in our activism, and in our relationships with one another. So thank you so much to all of our co-sponsors, the Dean's Office of the College of Social Science and Humanities, the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies Program, the John D. O'Brien African American Institute, the Humanities Center, the English Department, and the Office of Institutional Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, who generously paid for today's lunch. I also would be remiss not to thank the Provost's office, because of whom we are able to use this room. And special, deep thanks goes to the members of my team in Africana Studies who worked tirelessly to make this event happen. Mika, I know you're back there. You probably can, oh yeah, you can hear me. Thank you, Mika, and Savita and Sonia, all of whom are just incredible at executing vision and the details of everything. So thank you. So our intention for today is for, again, it to be a time of celebration, commemoration, and reflection. Throughout the day, we invite you to also visit the table to the left, which has been set up like an altar where you can leave an offering about what bell hooks meant to you. Maybe it is that, like for me as a teenager, she gave you language to express your Black feminist identity. Or maybe it was like me as a young teacher, she gave you the courage to bring your whole self to the classroom. Whatever your offering, we hope that you will share it with us today and know that the legacy of bell hooks lives in each of us. Thank you so much. I have one last note about logistics now as we transition. You will notice that I'm not reading formal introductions of our panelists. And we're doing this on purpose, again, in the bell hook spirit, because we know that, well, if you don't know, now you'll know, that one of the reasons why bell hooks always left her name in lowercase was because she wanted to basically not diminish, but reduce the importance of titles and names, right? And of course, she took that name to honor her grandmother. And so I thought, what better way to honor her than to not go through this lengthy process of talking about everyone's degrees and accolades. I assure you, they are all incredible, and I encourage you to Google them. Many of them have books that are just came out. I think, yeah, just came out. We have at least 2 panelists who have books that just came out, and you can find them in various places, including social media, on Twitter. So please do look up our panelists. And without further ado, I introduce you to our first set of speakers for today. We have Shawn McGuffey, Meredith Clark, and Saida Grundy. If you could all just come up to join us on stage. I think somebody might have to go get Dr. Grundy from the VIP room. Oh, here she comes. Yep, and Meredith is here too. And then also, in terms of how this is going to work, our panelists will share some remarks, and then we will open it up for at least 30 minutes of discussion. We ask that if you do have a question, that you speak loudly, and I'll repeat it into the mic so that people from Zoom can hear us, okay? Thank you. I'm going to start from the floor. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone?
Good.
Excellent.
Good.
All right, I have to say, by way of introduction, I'm Meredith Clark. I am a new associate professor here at Northeastern. Last semester was my first term. So I'm new to Boston and new to walking and taking public transit to get places. I'm from the suburbs. I'm from the suburb of a big city that doesn't exist. I'm from Lexington, Kentucky. And so when we get around, you know, it's usually by car, and you can predict things a little bit easier than you can the T. And so I apologize for having to run in and jump to the mic, but as my friends from home know, as I used to do the Pledge of Allegiance as our student council president in high school, this is par for the course for me. So getting on the mic all out of breath and sweaty. But I will start with this. I am a preacher's daughter. I believe in call and respond. So I'm going to say to you again, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to hit you with a bit of a caveat. I'm probably going to cry. I cried 3 times while putting these remarks together. I know it's not the culture of academia as we knew it before, but we are living in a new day and age. Amen?
Amen.
Amen.
All right, so I came to Hooks late. Despite having an HBCU education, I didn't start reading her work until my graduate school years. And particularly, I came to it as a result of conversations that I had with people online. The first thing that attracted me to bell hooks is that she, like me, is from Kentucky. I had already stumbled upon Gail Jones's work in high school because I love fiction. So when I came to Ancestor Hooks, I felt this Kentucky connection, and it made me feel particularly bonded to her. Right now, it's a solace because we share a culture of home that is bound together by our nurturing in Black enclaves like our church, our local community groups, and for people like me, something called Black Achievers. I am reminded they're laughing because they know we were there. They know. I am reminded of a gospel song we used to sing in the church, and Hooks refers to the church and how we get our nurturing throughout her work in different places. And the refrain of the song goes, "Anywhere is home, let come and go what may. Anywhere I roam, he keeps me all the way. So for his dear sake, my cross I'll meekly bear. Anywhere for me is home, if Christ, my Lord, is there." And whether you believe in a Christ, a God, a deity of any sort, the lyrics, I think, apply to any of us when we think about the culture of home. Home is where we are and where we roam, where we go, especially in this academic life, when home is something that we have to carry with us from place to place. We are often so far removed from the families and friends and the places that nurtured us and made us feel safe. In her 1993 book, Sisters of the Yam, Black Women in Self-Recovery, my favorite work from Bell Hooks, she writes, quote, "This is a book about reconciliation, charting a journey that can lead us back to the place dark and deep within us, where we were first known and loved, where the arms that held us once hold us still," end quote. In that introduction, that is a passage that stopped me cold the first time I read it. It instantly moved me to tears when I thought about how, even as I come in on that Embraer 175 to Bluegrass Regional, now International Airport.
International now.
We are international now.
It's the end of the runway.
I look down at those rolling hills and those horse farms, and I know that I'm home. But I recognize how much work, community, and collectivity were put into place to create a feeling of safety for me and my younger brother when my parents were so far away from the places and the people of their own native Georgia clay and Florida swampland. Quote, "In the years before she died, Baba, my mother's mother, would often ask me, 'Glory, how can you live so far away from your people?' I knew what her words meant. She was asking how it was I could live far away without the daily communion and community of ancestors, kin, and family. How could I sustain my reason for living since I had been raised to believe that these connections gave life substance and meaning? I had no answer for her. I hung my head so she could not see the tears in my eyes. I could not honestly say that I had found new community, new kin. I only knew that I was inherited by a restless, roaming spirit that was looking to learn things in a world that was far away from my people. Much of what I learned in that world was not life-affirming. Longing to become an intellectual, I stayed in college. I learned some important information. I became a strong and critical and defiant critical thinker, expressing my ideas publicly in the production of feminist theory, literary criticism, and most recently, cultural criticism. The artist in me was most visible in private space. There, I thought and worried about the world of my ancestors. I longed for the richness of my past, to hear again the wisdom of the elders, to sit at their feet and be touched by their presence," end quote. Well, although Kentucky is my home too, unlike Hooks, I did not have the seemingly paradoxical safety and sanctity that segregation provided. The Black enclaves that I encountered and moved in and out of during the 17 years when I was raised in Kentucky were carefully constructed by people who, much like Hooks, had sought their fortune in a way that cost them and us financially, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, and culturally. Families like mine, whose professions had made them strangers in a strange land, bonded with other Black families in the enclaves of the church, like the Glenarvan Avenue Church of Christ in Lexington's East End, or at hair salons like Diana's and Lady Bird's Hair Design, where my dad dropped me off every 2 weeks for a press and curl for Sunday services, or a relaxer in high school, or my first Toni Braxton hair pixie cut, when I learned firsthand about the fragility of Black hair, that chemically straightened hair and permanently colored hair do not mix. We sought each other out by creating cultural commonplaces like Black Achievers, where the mission of racial uplift met the ethos of the rising Black middle class, snatching away our Sunday mornings, or our Saturday mornings rather, as teenagers, and teaching us to be prepared to learn how to comply with the systems and rules of the collegiate and corporate worlds. We snatched them back as we enjoyed what felt like, to me, one of the 3 Black girls in my classes at Tates Creek High School, an extended lunch period with the Black kids in the cafeteria. Full of jokes and laughter and dancing, we snatched them back until we joined voices to sing the Negro National Anthem and were dismissed to our respective peer groups. And giving honor where it is due, these Black families use the privileges afforded by our occupations to carve out space for community and communion. The Dr. Grundy who sits here today is a living legacy of the work that her parents invested and sowed into our local community as a space of rich reflection about the complexities of Black life. Right there in Central Kentucky at the University of Kentucky, where they would host Black dignitaries, artists, speakers, thinkers, revolutionaries. And as Hook said, they created a space where we could hear the wisdom of the elders, sit at their feet, and be touched by their presence. We carry this culture of home in our hearts. I was reminded of this again over the winter break when Dr. McGuffey came to my mother's house, bringing, like a wise man from the East, a precious gift, Blanton's bourbon. And I was glad to see him, grateful for the connection a mutual friend had made months earlier when I told her I was moving to Boston. As we stood and talked in the driveway, I remembered how he'd already opened his home to me and shared wisdom about surviving in this place. Another reality that Hooks expounds on in Introduction to Sisters of the Yam, and I quote, "Living and working in predominantly white settings, I think deeply about the way in which the collective lives of Black people in contemporary white supremacist patriarchy have become fundamentally estranged from life-affirming worldviews and life practices. Irrespective of our access to material privilege, we are all wounded by white supremacy, racism, sexism, and a capitalist economic system that dooms us collectively to underclass positions. Such wounds do not manifest themselves only in material ways. They affect our psychological well-being. Black people are wounded in our hearts, our minds, our bodies, and spirits," end quote. Reflecting on these words, I ask, is it any wonder that we, so far removed not only from the places that we love, but our people, struggle with our mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual health? How then do we begin to draw up powers from the deep, to heal ourselves while we heal with one another? This is the question that calls us to consider the culture of the places we call home and the urgency to create them and recreate them wherever we go. Now, in light of all we have learned over the past 2 years of the global pandemic, I am working to live in a world that writers like Hooks envisioned and created through her writings and teachings. In the struggle for freedom, liberation from the dominant forces of oppression normalized as racism, sexism, hatred of gays, this looks hard to teach. This is a question. I ask, What is your challenge in creating a place like home? In this moment, which James Baldwin described in 1963 as brutal, there is a meme that circulates around that reminds us of the struggle of that time. It's a meme that I first saw during the first wave of the Black Lives Matter movement. It is a question. If you ever wonder, or a statement rather, if you ever wonder what you would have done during the civil rights movement, know that you're doing it now. This thought challenges me every day, because in the light of truth, it forces me to confront the frivolity of things like wasting time on social media, keeping up with my favorite Real Housewives storylines, and even the futility of producing to satisfy the demands of the neoliberal empire we call the academy. At the same time, this statement reminds me to put the actions of freedom fighters from every era into context. The struggle for liberation was not limited to the open, forceful expressions from citizens, including speeches and marches and boycotts. It was also embedded in speaking truth to one another, spending time with one another, breaking bread, singing, dancing, and taking care of the chores that help us to look good and to feel good. It was resting, taking time away from production to simply be. Quiet or loud, or giving space to tears, Ancestor Hooks' work and life teaches us that the cultures of home that sustain us are not geographically or otherwise physically bound. For the places we find connection are within us and reflected back to us in the eyes and smiles and the skin of those we love and serve. When Dr. Jean-Charles first mentioned today's proceedings, I have to admit I felt an enormous challenge. First, attempting to speak or what feels like eulogize such an intellectual giant. And second, trying to do so in front of contemporaries whose bodies of work and command of facts demand respect. But then I return to the question that I've begun to ask myself in the years since the pandemic began. What really is the point? When nearly 1 million people in this country and an undercount of 5 million people around the world have died in 2 short years because of a communicable and often preventable transmission of a disease. When Black families are still grieving the loss of people whose names we've said over and over and over again in incantatory prayer and through hashtags and marches, when the foundations of this mythical democratic political apparatus, the one used to define this country, is crumbling to dust right before our eyes, what is the point? What's the purpose of taking hours out of our Friday to discuss the life and works of bell hooks in a room on a cloistered campus where access is gated not only by physical walls and keycard entries, child, and people at the elevator doors, I was so surprised, but also by test scores, grades, publications, and peer-awarded accolades? The point, I believe, is to honor the legacy of Ancestor Hooks in a small but intentional way. To use the 10 to 15 minutes that I've been given to challenge us to realize that bell hooks, from her time as a small child in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, I have written down what we call it, Hoptown. In Hoptown, Kentucky, a woman of 19 who penned a Black feminist classic, to her years at an Ivy League institution, and finally back home to Kentucky, Ancestor Hooks kept the faith. She finished her course. Now there is laid before us not a crown, but a challenge. to reconcile within ourselves daily the challenge to create and recreate the culture of the places we call home, the aspects that are life-giving and life-affirming so that we can continue to run our race. As she closes the special introduction to Sisters of the Yam, in a section titled Healing Darkness, Hooks, ever the teacher in communion with her students, ends with a reflection from one of her students who was seeking recovery. The quote is this: "Healing occurs through testimony, through gathering together everything that is available to you and reconciling." End quote. Hers was a body, a life of work, all about reconciliation. This is a forum about reconciliation. My students, my colleagues, my friends, our networked community online, watching at home, it is time for us to testify. Amen? Amen. Amen. Thank you.
This is unfair. Can we go back to that slide that you had?
Yeah, can we go back to the slide, the picture?
The picture of the festival? So I don't even want to follow this. I don't want to hear myself talk for 20 minutes, so I will be brief. My sister Meredith, you all might not know, this is so special to me because it's one thing to be from Kentucky, and people always assume, oh, well, if you're black, you're from Louisville, because about a fourth of the population is Louisville. But we are from Central Kentucky. We're from Lexington. And to be from Lexington is to be from the underbelly, right? It's like to be from the place that, if you understand Lexington, there it is. You understand Fayette County. It is landlocked, very paradoxically landlocked. It's a rural urban county, meaning the city and the county are the same government. We don't have like a county sheriff and a city government. And what it means is that these old white plantations, which are now called horse farms, form a belt around the city. But what else that does that we know well is black people still live in hamlets in those plantations. So to be from Kentucky is to often have that experience of, Meredith and I went to the same school. We went to the very elite sort of Trump Preparatory Academy in Lexington, Kentucky. And so our classmates, our white classmates, literally had the last names of black people that we knew because they literally owned the black people we knew. So the names like Bill, and you know, Bracktown, which is just named after the Bracks. Like, these are all names that you know as the plantation names, and they still loom large because black people are still stamped by those, and black people continue to live in the hamlets around the town. So the reason I wanted you, where's the picture of the festival? Yes, can you go back one more? My father founded this festival. It was born in his brain. He co-founded with a young, dear family friend at the time named Catherine Walker. No, why am I forgetting Catherine's last name? And what I love about this is the Roots and Heritage Festival. My father spent 50 years of his career doing what I can only call micro reparations, which was to spend the University of Kentucky's money on black people in Kentucky, right? To reappropriate tobacco, coal, oil money into black people in Kentucky. And so this was something that was very dear to us because the festival continues to run. And its heyday, it was drawing 45,000 people, 50,000 people. And it ran all through DeWee Street, which is historically part of North Lexington, which was really the blackest part of town. Many of our old historic black institutions are still around there. So I want to tell you a bit about my sort of orientation, not only to our sister Belle, but I think contextualizing her and what it means to be from this small place, you know, like Jamaica Kincaid said, a small place. So I was born in Lexington, Kentucky, lived my life there until I was 18 and went to Spelman. But far before me, you know, I don't know what Mitch McConnell claims Kentucky, because I'm way more of a Kentucky than Mitch McConnell. I'm talking about 6, 7 generations back on my father's side. What we only can trace is that the Commonwealth of Kentucky, which used to be Virginia, we were forced migrated through Virginia during the Revolutionary War and brought to horse country because my people were horse people, right? That comes really from the continent of Africa, the knowledge like of knowing equestrians. And so my family has always been there, and I've always wrestled with this idea of being from Kentucky and being in the world, right? Because in many ways, my experience in Kentucky, which I think a lot of people outside of small places don't recognize, is that you form villages within these small places. And so I was very much raised in a village that pretty much outkicked its coverage in terms of who I was exposed to externally, in terms of who, you know, who we could bring in terms of resources. So you're right, you know, when I you know, every time somebody black dies, my mother's like, where's the picture of them with the babies? Where's the picture? With, you know, Tutu died. Tutu's daughter went to University of Kentucky. That's how my father met Bishop Tutu, because he came to his office, and my father was so confused he thought he was being pranked, but it was because Bishop Tutu was there for his daughter. He wasn't there as a dignitary. He was there to talk about his daughter. So this is how many of people were introduced to me. But there's really a paradox about Kentucky, and I want to talk about my biography a little bit and then get into that. I came up in a community in which I'm so very proud that I saw people being planted like seeds into the soil. I literally saw people grow in ways that only a community can grow you. So when you read people like Crystal Wilkerson, I came to Crystal Wilkerson when she was a single mom of 3, dropping her kids off at our house, working, you know, some regular 9 to 5, and no one had ever told that black woman, like, you can write, right? I came to Frank X. Walker because, much to his chagrin, he basically babysat me every day. Like, my father, he was a grad student at the University of Kentucky. He was basically running the Martin Luther King Jr. Cultural Center, which my father's office managed. And so my father basically dropped his 2 daughters off every day and said, thank you, Frank, for your unpaid labor. And that was really how I was raised there. And so there was a village. There was Nikki Finney was there. There were all these people who, one of the very strange things about Kentucky is that because, and maybe you know, Bostonians don't relate to this as much, even though I think there are similarities between Boston, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Commonwealth of Kentucky. To be raised in a place where white mediocrity sits like a fat cap on top of the meat, right? And so what it does, that thick, lard layer white mediocrity, what it does is it distorts an ability to understand what's large in the world, but it also distorts an ability to understand who in Kentucky is large to the world. So Bell Hooks for us was like, oh yes, that's like a sister we know who comes through. Her family all called her Gloria. In fact, even now, my sister has a good friend who kept saying, you know, my Aunt Gloria died, and it took us 2 weeks to connect. She was talking about Belle. So, you know, Gail Jones, who for us was someone who my parents understood how large she was, but for most people in our community, it was, we're dealing with Gail Jones and her family and her issues. And so people in the state are small. George C. Wolfe is like just somebody's kin but in New York, he's a god, right? And this was sort of the normality of that paradox. But then also, you don't get a sense of what's large to the world. So for the life of me, I cannot understand how a little black girl from Hopkinsville went to Stanford. I really can't, because the way that white mediocrity works in Kentucky is that those sorts of elite things do not matter inside the state. The best thing you can do with your life is go to the University of Kentucky. I know this because the school we went to had by far the wealthiest, certainly the oldest, wealthiest families in the region. Governor's kids there, all the former governor's kids there, all the large company kids were there. And they didn't do anything with their lives. I mean, they just didn't. I feel no need to be nice to them. They didn't do anything with their lives. The aspiration for girls was to get married by 23 and start shopping at Talbot's. I think you should have something else going on in your life. But by the time they were 25, they looked 45. All the sons whose names were, Griffin, Jackson. Come on, this is the South, right? We had a Sandy in my class, short for Alexander, right? All the boys had the names of their mother's maiden name because that's how you track the wealth, right? All of them were, for the most part, completely mediocre. Again, I feel no need to be nice to these people. And their greatest milestone was really working for the family company, which was slave money turned into agricultural money. And so when I was, coming of age and even planning for college, et cetera, you would think that, one of the ways that racism works is just suppressing, black talent. And of course it works that way. But then I also realized that white mediocrity has suppressed them. They didn't know any damn better. So I remember when I had a surrogate uncle who was provost of Northeastern. And I remember being in high school and telling my teacher this, my biology teacher. He said, "No, you mean Northwestern." I said, "No, I mean Northeastern. It's in Boston." He had never heard of it, right? When I applied to Smith, I was accepted to Smith. My guidance counselor had never heard of Smith, right? And so I think of bell hooks. I often think about a state that has no way of placing her because there's no understanding of the stratosphere that she occupies, right? Her family still is coming to terms with how large she is, perhaps because when you're at the eye of the storm, you don't know its reach, right? I think of her, in terms of this, I think of her in two ways, both creatively as a writer, but also as a scholarly writer in terms of her philosophy. And I think about how much I sort of traced her life. She was always sort of dancing in the background of my life. So when I went to Spelman, some of my favorite memories of Spelman, our faculty there at the time, and still, Beverly Guy Sheftal, Mbahati Kalumba, Ayoka Chinzera is there now. She started there when I was a senior. And they were all really girls with Belle. Belle was very, very girly. She was she really liked being a girlfriend amongst the girlfriends. And so there was always this key energy of when she was at Spelman, and looking back, I just love this so much because they really reverted to 19-year-olds. It was, when she came in town, it was squeals and it was catching up and it was talking about relationships and it was talking about books. And I recognized how much of that sort of friendship was healing them and it was forming who they were in the world, right? Because until I read her books, I didn't know she was struggling with anything. Until you read her saying, it wasn't natural to want to end my life, right? None of that was known to me. And this idea of returning to Kentucky for her was trying to patch a wound. Langston Hughes has that wonderful short story about a black man who returns home because he knows he's going to die. He's a violinist. And returning home kills him. And he said he was hung in a tree like a violin for the wind to play. And I think of her preparing to come back to Kentucky as the place where she will die. That really sits in my heart as I think of Kentucky as the place where my parents will die. I think of Kentucky as the place where my surrogate uncle, the late great Leonard Brown, who was faculty here for several years, spread his ashes in Kentucky because it was where he was from. And I think about how much that state and that place is a place from which we ran. And when Belle says, you know, I never felt like a Kentuckian until I left it, right? I only root for UK basketball when I'm not there. Because when you're there, that's like wearing a MAGA hat. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good on it when I'm there. And so you only feel your Kentuckiness when you're away, but you have to reconcile the place where you're from. And I think about how my village is what made me. I could not have been myself in any other dynamic. I needed that small place with those people who had my back at every turn to allow me to be a really courageous child. And I think about Bell Hooks being from the free folk, being from, the hill folk, and understanding there was a way of whiteness that was itself not invested in capitalism in these rural places, right? I'm very, very keen to a sort of radicalism, a sort of radical anti-capitalist ethic that comes from people who have been historically exploited by capitalism, right? I think about, when West Virginia and Kentucky broke off during the Civil War, very famously one of the, Kentucky far before that, but very famously one of the arguments was, we're not gonna fight a rich man's war, right? Like the West Virginians said, we don't have slaves because their topography basically didn't allow for a lot of agriculture. We're not gonna fight this rich man's war. And I think of how much that shaped her idea of really the possibility of what free people could be. And that she seemed to spend her life ahead of the game being sort of born free and born knowing her ties to the land. I really, to this day, my love for my home has much to do with the people there, the black and brown people there. I was raised in a really tight enclave of what you all might think your children are raised in, which is like university people, right? Basically all the international grad students were from my community. So, every other day we were in someone Persian's home, someone South Asian home. It was like the brown people actually found much solidarity. We created a pan-ethnicity out of necessity in this town. And I think about how much that really formed who I am in terms of my politics. It's where I really, I take it with me everywhere. So when I got news that Belle was dying, it was a week or so before she actually transitioned. And it was because people were coming into Berea, which Berea is only about 30, 40 minutes from Lexington. It's right down the road. People were coming into town and they were hitting up my parents like, oh, I'm here. And this was right after the tornadoes, actually. This was like right after the tornadoes. And so people were, sort of a little bit locked in and trying to get to her. And it was just this, message about it won't be long. She has some days. Her family is here. The family needs to work some things out. But she was very much surrounded by that same, key group of lifelong friends. And it's how I really remember her as someone who was very, very cherished by the people who loved her. She really made family on top of being born into family. So with that, there's so many things to say about, about this place that made me because I watched it make other people, you know? There's so many things to say about a place where, you know, I guess this is what August Wilson feels about Pittsburgh. It's like you take regular black people and realize that given just other black people, they could actualize themselves, you know? That none of us were supposed to come out of here being Afro-Lation poets. And yet, the world I grew up in Kentucky was heavily inundated with writers. I don't know what's in the limestone, but we created I still to this day can't figure out why so many writers have come from a very small place, perhaps because that small place never leaves you with the lack of things to discuss. So, you know, I will leave you with that. I still really process her death because I still really process what the academy means when you give everything and die prematurely. And I don't always sit well with that. So thank you for that. I will end there.
All right. I am not sure how to follow both of these wonderful people. But first, I just want to do a couple of quick thank yous. Thank you, Professor John Charles, for putting this together. We miss you at BC, but we see you're doing wonderful things here, so thank you for putting this together. I also want to thank Mika. Where is Mika? Mika back there? Mika was great. Like, every email was so succinct, and like, I got here super early thinking I was not gonna hard to find things out. You made everything seamless. Thank you so much for putting this together. And whoever did the pamphlet, it's amazing. It's so thoughtful. It was so thoughtfully done. Like, it's visually appealing, but you could tell a lot of work went into this. So thank you for that. And I have to say, thank you for the people for the facilities. The room is great, for making it feel safe. I know a lot of work goes, I've done a lot of organizing and people don't thank the facilities. A lot of work goes into make this place feel comfortable, so thank you for all the facilities. Thank you for my panelists. Like, I was so excited to be on this panel, knowing that I was gonna be coming from 3 black feminists from Kentucky on a panel talking about a black feminist from Kentucky. I was so excited. Although I did go to a different high school than y'all did. I went to Henry Clay High School. I wasn't Black Achievers. In fact, I was the 1994 Black Achievers of the Year. Oh, thank you. So lots of connections up here. And last but not least, as I try to do before I give talks in public, it's like I always give time to thank my ancestors for bringing me here, because I am not here by accident. I'm here through generations of sacrifice, both those who were indigenous to this land as well as those who were enslaved in this land. I come from a combination of very poor black people from Kentucky and those who have slowly struggled to move themselves up. And I am a recipient and a beneficiary of all their hard work and struggle. And now we include Bell Hooks in that, even though I never met Bell Hooks personally. Doing this, I was so excited on this panel for another reason, because I love being from Kentucky. I cherish it. When I teach my class, Grace is here. I'm sure one of the first things I said in class was, I'm black, I'm queer, and I'm from Kentucky. That's one of the first, because I think those intersecting identities shape who I am as a person and how I navigate the world, and also how the world navigates me. So when I was thinking about this talk, about how to enter it, one thing that popped in my mind was, experience I had many, many years ago, because when I taught a course called Gender and Society in the Department of Sociology, and it had been a while because I just recently stepped down from being director of African Diaspora Studies, which is all undergrad, so I hadn't taught a graduate course in a while. But the last time I taught the course, during one of my office hours, a student was writing a paper on bell hooks. And somehow in the conversation, I could tell that she thought bell hooks was from California. Maybe because bell hooks got her BA from Stanford or her PhD from UC Santa Cruz, but she was convinced that bell hooks was rooted in California. And when I told her that no, bell hooks is actually where I'm from, in Kentucky, I can't remember her exact words, but it was basically like, are you serious? You're joking, right? And it turned out she was not the only one that was surprised, because I went to go teach about bell hooks. I asked them, like, where do you think bell hooks was from? I got a lot of California, I got New York, some people regionally said the South, but no one said Kentucky. And although their surprise was explicit, implicit in that surprise was the question, how could such a profound and prolific Black feminist come from Kentucky? And that's what I want to explore here in my few minutes. And bell hooks was also aware of this. And she once wrote, quote, becoming successful as a cultural critic and creative writer away from my native place, I am consistently astounded when readers and reviewers wrote about my work failed to mention the extent to which the culture of place I had known in Kentucky shaped my writing and my vision. Surprise from the literary world did not acknowledge the significance of my Kentucky roots, end quote. On the one hand, I'm not surprised. We all know the stereotypes of Kentucky, and oftentimes those stereotypes do not lend themselves to Black feminism. When people think of Kentucky, we oftentimes, unfortunately, think of politicians like Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, or the homophobic county clerk, Kim Davis, who garnered national attention in 2015 by denying marriage licenses to same-sex couples. And of course, that is a part of Kentucky, there's no denying that. But that is not all of Kentucky. That's not the Kentucky that I know. It's not the Kentucky that I was raised in. The Kentuckians that were foundational to me, my Kentucky, were Charles Anderson, the Black legislator that repealed Kentucky's public hanging law, or suffragist and civil rights activist Mary Ellen Britton. And before RuPaul, before Laverne Cox, and before Jenna Mock, we had Sweet Evening Breeze. If you do not know who that is, look up Sweet Evening Breeze. One of the first openly trans people in America, not in Kentucky, in America. And we have, of course, our most famous athlete and activist, Muhammad Ali, which I'm sure many of you all know, and more recently, activist and politician Attica Scott, who helped lead protests when Breonna Taylor was killed. And of course, the most important and most influential Black feminist in my life, my dear mother, Crystal McGuffey, who at a very young age had me on her hip when she was protesting racism in our educational system in Lexington, Kentucky. So like most places, Kentucky is full of nuances and contradictions. But I want to argue here, though, that Kentucky has particular nuances and contradictions that shaped bell hooks. And it's the particularities of her Kentucky roots, her social geography, if you will, that shaped her feminist perspective. As bell hooks writes in Belonging, quote, I can now see in retrospect that there were always two competing cultures in Kentucky. The world of mainstream white supremacist capitalist power, and the world of defiant anarchy that championed freedom for everyone. And the way in which that culture of anarchy had distinct anti-racist dimensions accounts for the unique culture of Appalachian Black folks that is rarely acknowledged, end quote. And this dual culture, this accounting of place, is the heart of Kentucky. And this duality and situational otherness is key to the feminisms, I put that in plural, feminisms of bell hooks. So what is this social geography? Just to give you a quick mapping of it. First, Kentucky, a border state that officially took a neutral stance in the Civil War. Kentucky, however, was the site of many battles from both the South and the North trying to win the state. Kentucky was the birthplace of both Presidents Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis, the president of the Traitors and short-lived Confederate States. Kentucky served in both the Confederate and Union armies, including about 24,000 black, enslaved, and free Kentuckians serving in the Union. Lincoln once declared early in the war that, quote, "I think to lose Kentucky is nearly the same to lose the whole game," end quote. So this place of flux, of gradation, is important for the social geography of Kentucky. You can't understand Kentucky without understanding this constant tension, these two cultures in which Bell Hooks talks about. It's in this place, Kentucky, where you see both possibilities and horrors. And you see both the possibilities and horrors in Bell's books and writing. And Bell Hooks was, again, born in 1952 in Hopkinsville, was raised in, quote, as she says, the hills. As she writes in my personal favorite of her books, Belonging, a Culture of Place, she says, Kentucky hills were where my life began. They represent the place of promise and possibility and the location of all my terrors. And by virtue of her birth cohort, she was educated in both racially segregated schools and in integrated schools. This gave her glimpses into several different worlds, and not just black and white worlds, but in different black worlds, separated by rural versus urban distinctions, as well as class, and different forms and enactments of white racism as well. It was in these hills that Hooks says she learned the importance of anarchy and to live in full view, to live out loud, if you will. For in the hills, people lived by their own rules, and personal freedom was the unofficial law of the land. And she carried these teachings and learnings with her. It is these experiences, I believe, that was foundational to our understanding of the doing and undoing of race and gender in such works as Talking Back, Yearning, and Killing Rage. And it's in her memoir, Bone Black, where she traces the joy and pain of growing up a black girl in rural Kentucky, that she theorizes, especially from a sociological, as a sociologist, she theorizes the link between personal family dynamics and indeed often trauma to the public racism and sexism sanctioned by the state of Kentucky. And it was this cultural politics of Kentucky that allowed Kentucky elites to demonize those who lived in the hills and in Appalachia. Since Appalachia, according to Hooks, represented freedom from the power of elites, urban Kentuckians, people like us, who grew up in Lexington and Louisville, villainized their eastern and western Kentucky counterparts and contribute to the very demeaning stereotypes that people have of Kentucky in order to keep those groups subdued. It was understanding the particularities of Kentucky's brand of inter- and intrastate oppression that allowed her to theorize the complexities of oppression more generally. And that includes environmental racism. Even though Hooks, to my knowledge, did not use the particular language environmental racism, she did describe herself as an ecofeminist. And of course, her ecofeminism was intimately and explicitly theorized as gendered and racialized processes that disproportionately impacted marginalized peoples. Bell Hooks was my introduction to environmentalism when I was in college. Bell Hooks was the one who taught me about the coal mines and how that disproportionately impacted different people, marginalized people, including black people we oftentimes think of as white people working the coals, and how this had disproportionate impacts on the health, the physical health, as well as the mental health of people in these communities. And in Appalachian Elegy, she discusses the connections between indigenous land, enslaved peoples, and capitalism, and the degradation of the environment, and how this continues to disproportionately harm marginalized people. Bell Hooks gave me language and a framework to how to think about the environment in a way that linked struggles for land stewardship and intersecting inequalities. Living in Kentucky in the hills guided her ecofeminism. And last, but certainly not least, it was upon her return to Kentucky that she came up with the term queer pa gay, which is also one of the ways in which she came to identify herself. As she stated in 2014, as the essence of queer, on being queer and queer not as being about who you're having sex with, although that is one dimension of it, but queer as being about the self that's at odds with everything around it, and it has to invent and create and find a place to speak and thrive and to live. In this description, I can't help but think about how bell hooks is describing radical self-determination, and how she just talks about how she discovered radical self-determination in the very hills of Kentucky. Because in the hills of Kentucky, she found people that were not afraid of anarchy, those that were not afraid, period. And it's only by understanding the place in which bell hooks called home that we can understand the foundation of her particular brand of feminisms, plural. As bell hooks writes in her book of poetry, which is a beautiful book of poetry if you have not had a chance to read it, Appalachian Elegy, quote, "If psychologists are right and there is a core identity imprinted on our souls in our childhood, my soul is a witness to this Kentucky. So it was when I was a child, and so it is in my womanhood." And bell hooks is without a doubt and certainly part and parcel to the foundation of Black feminisms today. And if we take bell hooks at her word that Kentucky is at the core of her world perspective, it's not a stretch to say that my old Kentucky home is part and parcel to what we know as Black feminism today. So although I started off this talk with a question from one of my grad students, how could such a profound and prolific Black feminist come from Kentucky? I end with this. The real question is, how could she be from anywhere else?
Indeed. Thank you so much to each of you. That was just truly excellent. I mean, it was better than what I had even imagined. Thank you. So we're going to take time for questions. I have some, but I'm going to open it up. And so I want to invite you all to please use that mic. I didn't make that clear beforehand. So you can use that mic over there, and then I will repeat it for the folks who are on Zoom if they can't hear it. And I'll start with my question. Oh gosh, I actually have a question for each of you, but I'm going to start with. So, Saida, you said something about, yes, watching people planted like seeds into the ground, which is it's just such a beautiful vision to me. And I thought about, what I see as my calling as a professor. And so my question is, how do we do that, right? And I think each of you, I've seen you do it, right? But I think each of us could probably share a story about how you do that. So please.
You might need an Anne Grundy, my mother. I think that was to explain the dynamic. People talk about community, I think in ways that are, thank you, dear. I've never needed amplification, by the way. I'm pretty loud regardless. So people talk about community. There we go.
Thank you.
I think so. Up here, I have struggled with community because Boston is a very, very intentionally segregated place, right? And the structures, the boundaries seem even more policed by violence and not like polite society, right? So Boston, I think one of the things this is a roundabout way of getting to your question. One of the similarities I find in Kentucky and in Boston is that there was a point that never really happened here in terms of like Black people having a rebellion. Like in not burning shit down, Boston has really paid the price, right? So I always say, to people coming up here, the best time to be Black in Boston was 1849. Right before the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, right? And since then, it's not been that hot to be Black here. And so when you move here as a transplant, this is displacement is like part of the academy. You're always sort of a migrant. And so when you move here as a transplant, you're absorbed by your institution, your university, versus how I came up which was the community was the first institution. And what the community did was reach its tentacles into the other institutions and drain out of them into the community, right? So if you go to my parents' home, and my parents have lived in the same place since they were married in 1974, it should be a historical landmark. But it's literally sits on a hill, and you know, our friends laugh, it's the little African village on the hill. Because I grew up in a space that was, we used to call it the Dewdrop Inn. When I read Lackawanna Blues, I was like, oh, that's me. I didn't grow up in a brothel, per se, but people were always coming in and out. And like, literally, it's like every morning, every Saturday and Sunday morning of my childhood, I woke up and they'd be like Nigerian accents, Ghanaian accents, Persian accents, country accents. It's like I all heard this coming from our living room. So we were never alone. So I think when I talk about planting people in the soil, I think about community as this lattice that allows you to climb, right? So, and you can't climb without it. So for example, when I say that Crystal Wilkerson and Frank and all these people are like dropping off their kids at our house or coming to our house just to eat with us, you can't be a Crystal Wilkerson without an Anne Grundy, right? My mother was older than her, and so there's this sisterly relationship. You can't be that without someone in the community who says, you know they underpaying you. You know you worth more than this. You know you ain't just, like you have something else to give this world. You know, I read what you wrote, like, you know you're hiding a talent, right? And so our community really allowed us this revolving sort of door in terms of people really took care of each other, no questions asked. I mean, myself personally, I've raised a lot of people's children because this was just a thing, right? This was just a thing of, and my mother in her own feminist way was always really, really huge about not letting mothers be alone, right? My mother was really, really big at like throwing herself at how can I be a resource to people with young children. Yeah. Probably because my mother resented having young children herself and was like, I will never let another woman feel like, you know, like burdened by young children. And so my mother, she was always sort of taking people in. Till this day, I go to my parents' home and I'm like, is there someone living in my bedroom? And it indeed will be someone living in my bedroom. But you know, artists, writers, et cetera. So when I talk about, you know, how people were planted, I really saw people transition. I saw Black women who, this was my mother's thing, transitioning their hair. That was like the rebirth. Like going natural was like unshackling yourself for my mother. And I really saw people grow from a place that told them, there's nothing, you know, you little Black girl's gonna be able to do with that. There's nothing, you know, special about you, to people who a community allowed them to know, like, one, not only do you have something to contribute here, but this is the place you're gonna grow it. Like, this is the garden. And so, you know, when I think about, you know, how to be an artist, how to be a writer, I think, you know, there's some, you know, myth that I think that sort of cis white men have invented about this genius creative who goes into his studio and locks himself in there and emerges with his, you know, pièce de résistance. And that could not be farther from the truth. First of all, they were in those studios exploiting art students to do all this stuff, and they had, you know, women partners half the time who were doing all this stuff for them. But my idea was that you could never create in isolation. Mm-hmm. That you had to have community. First of all, there was no way you were going to get better without revealing your art to your community, and also the understanding about the collective. So when I think about Afro-Latin poets was a group of young, Black, mostly from Eastern Kentucky and like rural Central Kentucky writers. There were some a couple of Latinx writers in with them, and there was a sort of amalgamation between UK's grad students and local folk. And what they did is they literally just started writing for each other. They would host their poetry readings. Before you know it, they were like breaking into major literary journals. Before you know it, they were getting national attention. They were getting Governor's Arts Awards. They were getting, remember, I mean, we're coming from a place and a time where Black people being poet laureates had already been established at a national level, right? We had already seen, Gwendolyn Brooks. We had already seen this possibility. And so there was this real awakening. And their thing, much to Shawn's point, was like, their thing was we come from the coal mine. That was where the literary world tends to take Black people at a type of there's an urban understanding, right? Like you can be from the South Side of Chicago, you can be from Pittsburgh, but this idea of what is cosmopolitan about writing is that you are sort of in a city, and they really rejected that notion. And their idea was to stay with the land, to stay with the hills, and to stay with the people from it, and to make their own collectives. So, my sense of how people can transform, how people can be cultivated, what it does for me is it allows me, I'll never give up on a Black person. Mm-hmm. I've seen too many people have rebirths. I know the power of community in finding that diamond and taking it out of the rough. Like we really excavated people like they were coal out the mines. And I'll just never, when people were talking about Bill Cosby this week, and, there's this special on him on Showtime. And I say, one of my major resentments about Bill Cosby, alongside being one of the most prolific rapists in the 20th century, is that his disdain for everyday Black people.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't get to have an opinion about Black people if don't know Black people in your life have an apostrophe in their name. Like, you don't get an opinion on Black people. Like, you are not of us, right? You have done a form of Blackness that was for white elites, and you've done a form of Blackness that was really about berating and brutalizing everyday Black people. You are not an August Wilson. You are not a Gwendolyn Brooks. You don't even have a real PhD.
Well,
right? But how dare you think you get to have an opinion? I could never disparage everyday, rural, Bama, country, working Black people, because those are my people, and I know that the genius comes from everywhere.
Amen. Yes. Yes. Whew. Meredith or Shawn, please feel free to respond also to Saida, to anything.
You know what kind of crosshairs you put us in when you say respond, Saida? Really briefly, the thing about being planted somewhere deeply resonated with me, and it reminded me of the first thing I meant to say when I got to the podium, which was that I wanted to dedicate my talk to my childhood best friend, Bianca Spriggs, who is a poet, who was in Appalachian Poets.
Yeah.
And because I think about just the wonder that, again, folks constructed. People made this in Kentucky. It wasn't just, that we were all smart and talented and in the same place. It was that we were intentional about how we use our resources, how we collectively work with one another to benefit our community. Shawn's mom advocating for kids in the public school system meant that when my guidance counselor looked at me with my 2.73 GPA and said I wasn't going to college, there were people who were making sure that that didn't happen to other students, and that students had programming to support them, to show them, like I was shown, that there were other things outside of Lexington and outside of that layer of mediocrity, of white mediocrity, that would otherwise doom me to thinking that I was lesser or could not be better than where I was in that very moment. That was intentional. And I think about the fact that we can have the same intentions today. And it doesn't have to always be a symposium. It doesn't have to be a conference or a paper. It can be something as simple as inviting folks over to eat at your house.
Yes.
With your kids,
Yes.
being themselves, just having a good time. That's what I think about when I think about being planted. Even in a place like Northeastern, I have just decided that we're gonna stay for a while.
Amen. Now we can have you over for dinner again. I was waiting for you to decide.
It's hard. It's hard. Academic life is a transitional one. And you think about where you're going next and what you're going to do and all that good stuff. But every now and then you decide that you're going to stick around and you're going to invest. You're going to be intentional. You're going to see the seeds that you planted raised. You're going to nurture them. That's the sort of thing that I think about.
I love that so much. And it also occurs to me that it can't happen without people, that relationship to the community that you're in that you were talking about, right? When you talked about the tentacles. And I think about, I did my undergrad in Philadelphia. And one of my best friends was someone was from Philadelphia, right? And so she made it her business for us we went to we went to North Philly for the church services. She was born and raised in Philly. She made sure we knew more about the city than just the University of Pennsylvania, which was such an enclave. And so you need that. And I think that's why the students that we have here at Northeastern, we're the students who are from Roxbury, right? The students who are from Boston, the faculty, right? Also the administrators, the staff, all the people that are from there help to create that. Yes. You want to add something?
Just quick. So
don't forget your mic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I think the intentionality of the seeds is really important. As I said at the very beginning, I am here because of sacrifice, generations of sacrifice. So I grew up. Both sides of my family, they grew up. They were poor. They were not middle class. They were poor. My dad took his first shower when they integrated his high school his senior year. So he had his first shower because his house didn't have running water, and he lived in the city. He lived in Lexington until he was in high school. But they were very intentional about that we were going to make sure every generation did a little bit better. And of course, a lot of that better was wrapped in capitalism, and a lot of it, and some of it, we can interrogate what that better means. But they were definitely planting and watering seeds away, and I think that's kind of how I was raised and kind of how I tried to live my life through that. Although a different way, because I come from a family of extroverts, a huge family of extroverts. Like we have 300 plus people at our family reunions, and I swear my brother and I are the only two introverts in the whole group. As you know,
that's why you gravitate to extroverts.
It's true. It's true. It's like as we co-talk together. So after class, I need to decompress. I need time to myself, and then I want to go home and not be seen for a long time. But, so I plant seeds differently. I try to, I find the student who's having trouble, and we're going to make this work. We're going to figure our way through this. A student where administration is giving them some problems, let me talk to so-and-so, let me get this done. But I also think it's really important for myself. So I think you know me best of anyone up here. I try my best to have a life outside the academy. A lot of my friends are not academics, and I try my best to build seeds for other people, particularly Black queer people who come to Boston. If you think it's hard being Black and heterosexual here, it's a challenge being Black and queer. And so in really finding space and community, and I try to make roots for Black queer folk here in the Boston community. So as you actually came to some of my infamous Halloween parties where a bunch of Black queer Boston comes together and playing those roots that way so people have a place to go. So I try to build roots in the academy, but also outside the academy, because I think part of what you were talking about too is part of our academic life is, and Bell Hooks is being part of the community and trying to traverse those bounds. So I try my best to really bridge, those
it can be a
academic.
fight. I think that, one of the things that I really resent about the academy is trying to fight, I think particularly, on the tenure track, there's a zero-sum game that everything you do that's not for tenure is not only a waste of your time, but it's like it's a demerit against you. And I'm like, I can't express enough how $93,000 cannot buy my soul. Like if I might have a price, but I know it ain't that low. Like I can't express enough how one of the other things about being from this place is you see a lot of what happens with the black people who have made decisions about the way they're going to live their lives. And with my father being at the University of Kentucky, I saw it not only kill a lot of black people physically, but also spiritually. And I saw that this game, I was exposed to a lot of academics growing up, and this game was, they would make these inching compromises. And then they looked up, and they were 50, 60 years old, and they were full professors, and they hated everybody who reminded them of themselves, because they hated themselves. And I saw what happens when, all of us have started with, I think, we all start sort of optimistic and healthy. And so I recognized that it wasn't that people a priori came into the academy messed up. The academy messed them up. But I saw the life course of it, right? It's interesting. I just want to tell the truth about this. It's interesting when, I see people champion, black writers from Kentucky, and they're talking about Bill Turner. And I'm like, Bill Turner is a villain to black Kentuckians. Bill Turner has done nothing but try to destroy the careers of black Kentucky out of his sheer jealousy that there can only be one. And that's what that'll do to you, that kind of living. And so I think that when we're in the academy, I always remind myself, it is a death by a million cuts. So I try not to make them million. I try not to get started on the cuts, because you really, I know what happens when you've sold yourself to this thing. And it ain't worth it. It's never been worth it. And I know what happens when you die loved by the people too. And that's the only way I was trying to live.
All right, audience, time for your questions. Oh, yes. Do you mind going to the mic, please? Thank you. Yes.
First of all, thank you. This was so moving and powerful and all the things. It was all the things. And thank you, Regine. It's just so wonderful to have you here. I wanted to ask you about reading, because when I was a kid, because you invite us to think personally, reading showed me that life went on somewhere else. And, it was, in terms of place, it was sort of a sense of possibility. And I came to Bell Hooks in college, but in childhood, I had Toni Morrison. I was reading those novels as they were coming out. And so part of my reading that they fed us in school was, was aspirational. And this was something else. It was the opposite of aspirational, but it was life that went on somewhere else. So we're in a moment of censorship in the schools, and which resonates for me existentially very powerfully. So I don't have a very precise question, but she's a writer, you're writers, and so something about childhood and reading and what it was and how it worked.
I'll just repeat the question. So the question was about reading and childhood and reading. Oh, not necessary? Excellent. Thank you, PAC Network. We appreciate you. There you go. I am struck by the fact that so many, I think each one of you mentioned your favorite book by Bill. Oh, maybe you didn't, Saida, but that kept coming up, right?
I want to hear what my friends up here because I think probably part of a lot of what we did was either we had people who made us read or we came to the books.
Right. Right. I'll go back to something I mentioned. I said that I too came to Bell Hooks late. Even though I went to an HBCU, I went to Florida A&M down in Tallahassee, Florida. Long live the Rattlers. But I first learned of bell hooks on Twitter. First. I took classes on African American history, but my major was political science in undergrad, and it was journalism in grad school. And this came to me as I was writing for this talk. Those are fields that are defined by white domination. That will tell you that there is only one way to live and to be successful. And that in order to do so, you have to proceed through these channels. And so while I missed her in college, what I gained from those online conversations was a desire to go look and see and read for myself. You have a quote from a famous author that you hear people take out of context. Does that happen with anyone?
Yeah.
For me, it's Audre Lorde about the master's tools. The way I've read that text is she's not talking about like the actual tools. She's not talking about tenure and promotion. She's not talking about good grades. She's talking about division. She is talking about the master's tool being a tool of division. If I can get the house slaves to fight with the field slaves, if I can get the poor whites to feel like they're a step above the blacks, then I can continue to control this world. And what gave me that pathway, in addition to the online conversations where people were quoting readers, and it happens to this day, someone will mention something, let me go write that down so I can read it later. But it comes from this desire as a child to read about other things and other places. I so agree with the comment about how reading just opened up the world to something else. And that is what I fear in this moment when actual censorship is taking place across the United States. Like, I could not believe when the previous administration passed an executive order that censored critical race theory from contracts within federal government. Like, if you teach a federal workshop or what have you, and for all the people who claim to be against censorship and for liberty, it was right there. It's spelled out right there, from our school boards to local governments to state legislatures, like down in Florida where I spent so much time, where they're banning critical race theory from being taught in schools when it isn't. I just think about how important it is for us not only to show up to those fights, but also to share the works that we like, that we know, that we've learned from, that have opened doors for us in every single way possible. So not just in our classrooms, but also, you know, the books that you pass on to people because you want them to hear about this idea or see this thing or read this way. This is, it's a form of resistance that I think about, and that we can't coddle our children and the children of our loved ones. I don't have any kids. I'm a professional auntie. Actually, as one of my friends used to say, you actually have hundreds of kids. These children who come through classrooms, young adults rather, who come through the classrooms. But we can't coddle them from those ideas. And in fact, we should hold their hands and lead them to the door of those ideas. And I hope that that's something that we continue to take seriously as a challenge.
I love that. Thank you so much. It looks like we have a question from the chat.
Hi, thank you all for this. It's all incredibly brilliant. I have a question from Joe. How can we reconcile the internally espoused ideals of Northeastern University with its real-world impacts on local Black communities in Boston, driving gentrification and displacement?
That's a big question, Joe.
I have thoughts.
Tell it. Tell it on the mountain.
I would prefer to defer.
Oh, please, no deference necessary. We got here at the same time, actually. So
We did.
We have exactly the same amount.
We did. We got here at the same time. The difference is, I was untenured when I came in. Northeastern awarded me tenure in December. They may live to regret it. Yeah, that is the internal struggle. That is the everyday struggle. To recognize that as much as we want to claim to be revolutionaries and activists, and we're all complicit in the system. Yeah. By virtue of our professions, we are complicit in the system. So then how do we do that work of resisting and building the world that we would like to see? There's a concept, and it'll come to me eventually, but there is a concept that is about living in the world not as it is, but as it should be. Mm-hmm. And that's the way I think about how we reconcile with being here and taking up this space and then wrestling with Northeastern's ideals. Mm-hmm. I love that Dr. Grundy gave me a name for what I seek to do in the positions that Northeastern has hired me into, right? Micro reparations. There is nothing I love more. I just came from Mr. Jefferson's University down in Virginia. And there is nothing I love more than redirecting the funds of the institutions into Black communities that have dealt with extraction for decades, if not centuries. So they gave me a fancy center. I'm excited. I'm looking to spend money. Where are we going to invest this money in the local community? Because we can't just take and take and take. And so that's it. That's the beginning and end of it for me. When you see me coming, just know I'm coming to spend Northeastern's money in the local community.
I love that. I love that so much. You know, we did, so when I had my book launch in the fall, when I started my book tour in the fall, one of the events that I had was at Frugal Bookstore, which is in Roxbury. And it was astonishing to me as I talked to people how few people knew about Frugal Bookstore, which is right here, right? So I'm like, you know, what are we going to do for the holidays? Oh, we're going to get gift cards from Frugal Bookstore for all the staff of Africana, right? And so even just thinking about those kinds of small things, right? That a student that loves to read didn't even know that there was this bookstore right around the corner. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think the micro reparations we have work to do, Meredith.
Yeah. Do you want to add to that at all?
Well, I'm not at Northeastern, but I think there's
How do you do that in Chestnut Hill? Tell us.
I think we could probably, like, our own institutions, like, I think institutions in general is like, this is a constant problem of, you know, having really big ideals about, you know, justice and spreading justice in the world, and then the very real contradictions of that at these universities, and, like, you know, and what they're built to do, and, you know, becoming much more elite, and how people get in. So this idea of, like, giving, you know, working and, you know, diverting funds, but also diverting intellect. 'Cause I think also part of it is part of my job as a professor is to disrupt the whiteness of the academy's intellectual tradition. And so part of that is you know, teaching students about bell hooks, or teaching them about other ways of framing. Or I'm a sociologist, and when I teach research methods, I just don't teach Western research methods. I teach Afrocentric methodology, indigenous methodology. So I think part of it is definitely the resources, but also breaking up the intellectual tradition that is so Eurocentric. And what I hope students can do is take that outside the classroom to their everyday lives. So I think that's part of, you know, the micro reparations too, is also making sure that, you know, so hopefully in future generations, when we see more articles being published, they're not just, you know, the standard white classical text, they're also, you know, citing Black traditions and indigenous traditions as well.
I want to, you're reminding me that maybe, so one of the orientations I have to university, because I really did grow up in a university, right? My family was very adhered to the University of Kentucky. It's the reason I'm from Lexington. My father is from Louisville. He went to UK as an undergrad, and it was his first job, and it was where he retired. But it's sort of interesting, because I think as a faculty member now, one of the things I learned was that the university is larger than faculty, which I don't think a lot of faculty really get, actually. And I know this because at BU, I'm very part of it's because I'm a faculty and residence program, so I know a lot of people on the maintenance staff. I know the dining hall people. I know a lot of more tentacles, but also that's because I saw in my father's experience, like that was the point for him. Like my father had a thing where it's like, you don't know your institution if you don't know the lowest paid person at your institution, right? And so our idea of like who was black in the university was custodians and landscapers and drivers and the kitchen, dining hall. And like our idea of who was black was never this idea of like, well, it's the people with degrees who count. And so our sense of struggle, and I will say this, my parents are the greatest example I've seen of like nobody has your back like black people who don't make no money at your university. Nobody, my father got so much intel from the black women who cleaned his office. And they made it a point. My father also had the best, his admins who were called secretaries in the day. He always had an older black woman because he's like, ain't nobody got eyes like an old black woman in the back of her. And my mother used to, just go out of her way to lavish them with gifts because they held our family down, like Miss Ruth, Miss Mildred, they held our family down. We couldn't do our family without them holding our dad's job down. So when I think of who I care about, in these institutions and what the relationship of community is, I also think about how many people from these communities are in our institutions in a way that we as faculty have this really unnatural boundary from them because that's part of how we're institutionalized as faculty, right? To not think about them, to not think about where the students are necessarily from, to think about our job and sort of compartmentalize our tenure. And I'm like, no, I'll kind of be like, my thing is like, if the black dining hall crew ain't right, I ain't right. Like, that's my thing is like, I've never seen my survival in these places or even just my joy in these places as not tethered to just, the regular black folks in them. And, in Boston, it's really interesting because you have a very interesting labor history here where black people have the non-unionized jobs. But it really is, these institutions have larger footprints than we think about. And one of the things that, I love most in this town is when I do get to go beyond BU's borders and black people in this town are like, there's a black woman professor at BU? Like BU hiring black people now? And this thing of like this tremendous pride. And, my father always told me, he said, you're never gonna make yourself satisfied with spending your days enhancing a bunch of upper middle class white kids. Your only sense of gratification is gonna come by going into a place and a space where no one thinks that you are a possibility. He's like, you are your happiest when you find you a little black girl who doesn't think you can happen.
I think we have time for maybe one more question, but only one person can respond from the chat. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses. April has a question. Many of the panelists talk about place, specifically Kentucky, its formative influence on them, and Belle herself. Could they also talk about the importance of love as a force in the creation of community?
Oh, I love you, Pearson, and I hope you stick around because the last panel is also about that. But we'll let one person respond. You want to do it? Go ahead.
To me, community is love. And so, I don't want to be a part of the community if love is not there.
Amen.
So, I learned about love in Kentucky. I learned about, starting with my family and spreading to coming from a working class activist family, like that was what we did. It was love for future generations. So I think that love is for me though, love has never been about a feeling. It's about an action. It's like you do something. When people say, when people say, "Oh, I love you," but what have you done? Like, are you going out? Are you building something? Are you making a path for someone else? Are you making it easier for the next generation? And so, I really want us to think about love not so much as a feeling, but as an action. Because I've heard very well-meaning people, particularly from non-marginalized groups, whether that be based on race, gender, or sexuality, tell me that I love you. I'm like, I'm glad you love me, but that's not going to stop someone from gay bashing me.
Yeah.
I'm glad you love me, but that's not going to stop someone from discriminating me when I try to buy a house. What actions are you putting behind that love? So that's why, to me, love is community, because community is, at least the way I was brought into community, is that you're doing something for other people around you, and hoping that you can bring more people into that community.
Thank you so much. Well, I truly do love each one of you. Thank you. This was incredible. I appreciate you so much. We're going to have a break, so if people want to get up, stretch, go use the restroom, go visit the Bell Hooks altar, please. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. I hope the people on the Zoom room are able to hear this incredible playlist that we have that Savita Maharaj put together for us. It's so good. The music is so good. I think we can put the name of it in the chat for Spotify, and you can just play it on your breaks and listen. You could actually listen to it in the background while you're listening to the talk, since you're online. Okay, so thank you so much. Our first panel, A Culture of Place. Thank you for that experience. Our next panel is entitled An Engaged Pedagogy, and you'll notice that each of the titles of the different panels comes from phrases from Bell Hooks' work. And so this one is from Teaching to Transgress. And I also wanted to draw your attention to, on the back, we have they're my favorite quotations, but there's so many to choose from. So some wonderful quotations by Bell Hooks. And I also thank you, Shawn, for giving a shout out to the program. I want to thank Najima Ohulas-Huggins and the folks over and the CSSH graphic design or marketing team who helped us so much with these. So this panel is very special to me because this is a panel of students. One of my former students, two of my former students actually. One is a former student from Boston College, one is a former student, but you're also a current student at Northeastern. And of course we have a graduate student here from the English department, so it promises to also be a treat. Thanks everyone.
Hello. So hello, and thank you so much for having me and for allowing me to be a part of this. It really just feels so special. And it feels especially special to be followed by such an incredible panel of such brilliant scholars that just have the most incredible energy. I'm born and raised here in this area, but my family's backgrounds on both sides are both Southern, and I always feel it sort of in my blood, sort of my blood cells tingling when I'm around other Southerners, and there's the energy that I sort of yearn for and look back to. So thank you for that. And being in this space is also really interesting to me because I grew up here. My mom's house was in Cambridge, right on the bend, right by the Charles River, and then my dad was in Roxbury over close to Washington Park. And so to be here in this sort of triangulation of those two spaces is really something. I am here today to talk a bit about myself, my background, and my feminist awakening, and all the things that made me by way of Bell Hooks. Hooks was one of the most prolific authors of all time, and I mean that really broadly, not just as a Black feminist critic. She has one of the most impressive repertoires. There are no fillers, there's no duds, and there's no redundancies. I think that's what makes her so amazing and so generative and so dedicated to her craft. My work today is guided by quotations from just 3 of her writings: Teaching to Transgress, Ain't I a Woman?, Black Women in Feminism, and Feminism is for Everyone, Passion Politics. I chose these today because they were some of the first works that I came across and because they fit in so well with the theme of this panel. I've been really fortunate in my life to be raised by such brilliantly feminist family. My mother, my grandmother, my aunts, and all of the other women instilled in me and my sisters and my cousins that women were strong, brilliant, capable, all while making it clear that there are still systems that can hold us back. Still, it was important to fight. Although they did not possess the language of theory, I knew that they knew it, and they knew it better than most. They felt it on this sort of ontological level. They had lived it. And so when they raised me with this strong sense of self, I grew into a woman who, even when I'm at my most anxious or nervous, kind of like right now, I have always known who I was and what I was capable of. But even with that sense, I have not always been able to fully lean into or handle the world around me. When I first arrived at my undergraduate institution, I was really excited to start this new chapter of my life, and I really dove in. I met amazing people, and I felt lucky, like really lucky to be somewhere like this. But as time went on in my freshman year, I began to feel quite different. Like I said, I grew up in Cambridge in a diverse neighborhood at a diverse school where I not only knew kids of different races, I knew difference within the races, right? I knew black girls from Nigeria, black girls from Haiti, Panamanian Afro-Latinas, black girls from the hood, black girls from posh West Cambridge. I had this rich sense of what black girls could be. But when I got to my undergrad, I felt so compressed. In my class of 450 plus students, I was one of 8 black women. And my class was probably, at the time, one of the more diverse that Bates had ever seen. And again, although I found friends and happiness, I did have a lingering sense that I was on the outside. I couldn't name a singular transgression or racist incident. I didn't really know how to recognize microaggressions or anything of that sort, but standing in the margins, I didn't really understand why. And so I spent my first year in that sort of liminal, uncomfortable space. And it was not until my sophomore year I took a class called Black Feminist Thought with Dr. Sue Houchins that I really began to understand and have the language for what I was feeling. It was in that class that I read Hooks's Ain't I a Woman, and it was a really pivotal moment in my own awakening. Even though I had been a bookworm my entire life, I saw myself in a text in a way that I had not seen myself ever before. Throughout the text, she makes clear the ways that patriarchy and traditional feminism have hurt black women, often in really violent ways. But what has struck me here in that text is that she points to the ways in which it is not always these sort of harsh gestures that leave black women feeling hurt, but often it's more of an undercurrent. That sometimes when a black woman is in a group, whether it be social, intellectual, political, the loneliness and the pain that we may feel may not always be due to an outward cruelty. Sometimes it's more subtle, sometimes it's more dull, and it feels almost like a sort of lack of care. And it was that sort of punctum of Hooks that really hooked me in. A lack of care really did describe what I was feeling. Nobody was cruel, but sometimes I felt left to the side, like I wasn't always cared for or extended the same graces that they had offered other people. Reading that fundamentally changed the ways I understood my own positionality, and that in itself made me feel less alone, and I am so grateful for that. It didn't make things easier, not by any means, but it did allow me to have a better advantage point and understand what was going around me. And now today, as a teacher myself, I know that I cannot solve the interpersonal things that my students go through, but I do feel that I can supply them with the language and the theory to be able to make better sense of the world and navigate it on their own. And I am committed to doing this with Bell Hooks' help. So this is one of my favorite pictures of Bell Hooks. It was taken by an incredible photojournalist, Joyce Dobkin, in 1996 for the New York Times. So in this image, Hooks sits cross-legged on the floor next to 6 small iron sculptures of heads. Her elbows rest on her knee, and her chin rests on the backside of her hand. She looks directly at the camera with a warm smile, her hair out, afroed and free. Light pours in from the windows in the background. And I always love showing images like this to my classes because I think it makes the person seem so much more alive. The headshots from faculty pages or book jackets can be really lovely, but I think it's these types of images that really show the person and really makes them seem all the more real. And seeming real makes them also seem more attainable. And to me, and I hope to my students, that can be really enfranchising. And of course, as a third shout out to the brochure, there's so many beautiful pictures of hooks on there. So I extend another thank you to the people that made it. When I teach hooks, I'm always trying to make it clear that she is real and that she is not just some pages or a book or even someone who's confined to my classroom. She was a living, breathing person who wrote and thought and wrote some more. And I want my students to recognize that they can do that too. All right. So as I said, my presentation is sort of guided by a few of her quotes. And this one reads, "Most people have no understanding of the myriad of ways feminism has positively changed all of our lives. Sharing feminist thought and practice sustains feminist movement. Feminist knowledge is for everybody." And just as I mentioned, I love to teach hooks because of what she has done for me and what I hope she can do for all my other Black women students and other women of color in the classroom. But I also recognize the ways in which it can open up thinking, exposed to new ideas, and even spur the reckonings for all of my students. Black feminism is not just for the girls and women and femmes that look like me. She opens up so many lines of thought. It can allow so many people to reflect on themselves and their experiences and think of how it is formed by their own sexuality and gender and race. To show that whiteness and maleness and heterosexuality are not the defaults or inherently superior, but only positioned as such or to be seen as so. It is with this reflection that I believe that they can see further. It is in seeing this that shapes them to be better in all aspects of their lives. Being more aware, no longer neutral or ignorant in terms of racial, gendered, and sexual oppression, and the sneaky ways that it can manifest in our own lives can transform how students perform outside of our classrooms. Teaching bell hooks' work can help STEM students consider how to design experiments that do not elide over difference. It can help history students challenge the narratives that they've already been told. It can help political science students look at politics through a vantage point other than their own. But this is not just about transcripts or careers. It is also about helping them as humans on this planet. What Hooks does so well is articulate the problems that we have as being a part of a structure or part of a system, that they are not always the fault of a singular individual. And with this, people can learn to be less defensive and less about defending a system when they can look into the ways that which the system has actually harmed or even failed them. From there, they can then be called in to become a more stalwart fighter for Black feminism and against injustice. So my next quote. So this is from Anti-A-Woman. It's, "For how does one overthrow, change, or even challenge a system that you have been taught to admire, to love, to believe in?" And so it would be impossible to talk about hooks today in pedagogy without mentioning the many anti-critical race theory bills that have been passing throughout the country. Despite not knowing what critical race theory actually is, which is, to briefly define, a legal framework within our legal system and carceral system that looks at how racism functions and how it's systematized. People are vehemently against this, even though it's technically not really being taught to their sixth graders, but I digress. And I think in part it is because it's this sort of boogeyman bandwagon, but also because they have mistaken it for something else, something that forces them to have to explain to their sixth graders that yes, slavery didn't happen, and no, it was not a summer camp. Yes, Martin Luther King was a real person, but no, racism was not just a few bad people. What feels natural and obvious to me, and likely everyone else in this room, but you'd be surprised at how menacing that very idea is to some people. And as someone who is well-versed in CRT, I did one of my comprehensive exams in that field with the really incredible Dr. Carla Kaplan, if she's out there, hello. And I can say that while Hooks asks us questions and to destroy certain systems, her work would not typically be defined as CRT. However, that obviously would not stop them from trying to ban her work from the classroom. And it is for that very reason that we must teach her. That the they, whoever that sort of oppressive body may be, they cannot try and stop us from, sorry, I lost my place. For them to try to stop her from being taught, the more important it is to teach her. If they position her as powerful enough to be banned, we know that she must be doing something right. Thank you. But to unlearn is quite tough, especially when unlearning requires that you shift your sense of self or have uncomfortable conversations or even make some admissions about the state of your own life. However, it is still important work to do, and it is still important for us to teach to unlearn. It is quite literally, as I have mentioned, and even for myself, saves students' lives. It is the guidance to them in a cruel world. It does this for young Black women, and it does this for everyone else. To answer Hooks's question here, my answer is that it's to get students to want to overthrow, to change, or challenge systems. We need to provide them with something to admire, to love, and to believe in. And that, to me, is very much going to be a love and care for one another. And I don't mean that in a sort of romanticized, hunky-dory sort of way. I mean it in the Hooks way, that love is a political tool. And that is what is going to make us want to aspire for a lot of radical change. So, as a classroom community, our capacity to generate excitement is deeply affected by our interest in one another, in hearing one another's voices, and in recognizing one another's presence. Doing this is not always easy. It can be tough, but fostering a sense of community, creating a climate in which students can feel comfortable exchanging their points of view, and teaching them how to deeply listen to one another is critical. Often I find that during these discussions, students learn more about themselves and more from their peers than they do from me. And I find that the best way to set them up to do this is through the lens of current events in popular media. Something that they already see themselves as embedded into and as living through. Using this as a vector, we can begin to really discuss how we are positioned to see things, to be affected by things, and to desire for certain things in really tangible and not just theoretical ways. In my classroom, I've taught Hooks in this very way, by teaching it in tandem with a conversation about a current event or popular media. So, for example, I teach her essay, Feminist Masculinity, in tandem with Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole, or in light of current events that shape the lives of Black men under patriarchy, like disenfranchisement, police brutality, and other inequities. I teach feminism and racism on the issue of accountability in discussions about the 2017 Women's March and the quote-unquote white feminism and pink pussy hats that seem to have no concern with leaving Black women and other women of color behind when they don't fit into their very narrow sense of what it means to be a woman and a feminist. And of course, this would pair well with something like Solange's Seat at the Table, which I heard a couple tracks on earlier, as well as poetry collections by women like Jasmine Maines. And lastly, I like to teach choosing the margins as radical space because it is this sort of balm for opening up, for understanding what it means to be either in the margin or in the center, not as a measure of one's morals or ethics, but as somewhere they have been dropped and have the duty of coalescing, but as a space where it's important to fight, and from there it allows us to work through ideas in real time, to reckon with what they've been taught previously and how they feel in this moment, to own up to past mistakes or blind spots, and in doing so, they can begin to live better and live in more loving and radical lives, which is why I believe at the heart of this is all pedagogy and what we really want for our students and for each other, really. And with that, I want to leave you with this last quote, which I notice is also on the back of the brochure, but it reads, "The classroom is the most radical space of possibility in the academy." And I think that's really important to in many ways, you guys don't need that hammered into you. But as a sort of meditative point that I'll end on. Yeah. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. So, unlike Bell Hooks, I'm not from Kentucky, as are many of our great speakers were. I am from the shores of Lomé, Togo, and Harlem in New York City, and its rich Renaissance and utterly transformative history. And my engaged pedagogy, in actuality, the birthplace of a lot of my Black feminist language, started with a course that changed my life. Ironically taught by Professor McGuffey and Jean-Charles. My freshman year of college here in Boston at BC. And I guess the culmination of this talk is really just for me what Bell Hooks' work means more so is that love heals. And love heals, period, is how Bell Hooks opens chapter 9 of Sisters of the Yam, and it's also how she ends it. And I find that in every moment of my development of her theology, love has always healed. And so I'm going to talk about some of those moments and talk about healing and how she speaks on how truly healing body, mind, and spirit redeems us, no matter where we are in life, lost or found. When we choose to heal, we choose to love, we are choosing liberation. This is where authentic activism begins. And as a self-proclaimed activist in some senses and others, you'll see why this means so much to me. So I sat shivering in the white and teal operating room, looking at my mess of a cherry-colored ankle, feeling defeated. I glanced back at the teary reflection of the arm of the metal chair, which felt more like a cage by the second, and I couldn't think about much but the full twist and snap back of my leg in the moments before we rushed outside to see the screams and the crowds gathered. Bringing my mind back to the present, I listened as the clock ticked back behind me as I glanced at the medical tools in front of me. An array of foreign instruments that could only belong at the fingers of Edward Scissorhands himself. It was creepy and I was tired, so I hobbled up, almost tipping over, as the weight of my right leg pushing back on the wet salt dripping down my face pushed open the door to the other side, where asleep in the waiting room chairs, I shook awake my Sisters of the Yam. And this is really about sisterhood and healing. And if you've never sat in BAP's library, facing a mountain of work and romanticizing away the isolating dread of academia, when I think back to that moment of wanting to be done in many areas of my first year of college, done with trial by fire or otherwise the confusion of imposter syndrome of being a first-generation college student, I could see that there was so much more to come. In the Perry-Noir course taught by Professor Regine Jean-Charles in the unforgettable summer of 2018. And ironically so, what better way to understand your education than to apply it? What I find revolutionary about that one summer in Paris, I don't think I will ever stop speaking about, is the sisterhood that blossomed in the face of unimaginable experiences, idealistic use, and relentless passion. On that fateful night, 10 other women and I embarked on the educational experience of a lifetime. We went on an immersive summer learning where we spoke of the negritude movement from Paris to Bordeaux and back. We went to Veggie Dream concerts and ate food that took us back to the heartwarming land of Senegal, dreamt of Martinique and Guadeloupe in heart-wrenching literature, and met with modern activists of an awakened generation that were Amadine Gay, Rukia Diallo, and Assa Traoré. No project, historical analysis, or the harsh realities of what faced the other side of what we were learning could have prepared us for what was about to happen next. Fast forward to what for many of us was our last night in Paris on a damp cobblestone road in the heart of Bastille. I stared as two of my classmates fearlessly yelled at the French police who were beating the man in front of us bloody. Blood marked his shirt and the same blood that dripped from the hand of the officers. And as I watched two of my friends, my classmates, yelling in agony for the police to stop already injured, as were the increasingly tragic events of the night, I found the strength to pull them away with fear of foreign unknowns. And so much would happen in the aftermath of this, but what was left was the shock and lingering trauma. And so in the days that followed, there was a lot of talk about creating space for the things that we had encountered that night. Witnessing police brutality firsthand, ending up in the hospital only to see the police and medical system's careless treatment of the same man, and it became clear. No level of self-actualization alone can sustain the marginalized and oppressed. We must be linked to collective struggle, to communities of resistance that move us outward into the world. Bell hooks. And so none of us could imagine what we'd be witnessing, a variation of the same issues we were seeing in the romanticized version of Paris we knew would never exist again in our minds. And when faced with real-life experiences of the themes we had been learning, you know quickly what's often missing in the heat of activism or the strength of speaking out when adrenaline and anger surpass fear so that you face the normalized violence of society as collective healing. And so amidst all of that, we found our power, guided by our professor, in knowing that education, research, and experiences are tools. And I'll speak more on these tools, but what are left of bell hooks and radical notions of Black feminism and the chronicles of Afrofeminist teaching abroad is that while Sisters of the Yam is about Black women and self-recovery, the lessons are one that surpass the transgressions of race politics in America to the harmful assertions of colorblindness that poison French politics. In the birth of transnational voices on the Black Lives Matter movement stands convictions of healing and reconciliation in the face of state-sanctioned violence from our complicit silence against police brutality and the colonial holds of liberté, égalité, and fraternité. And so this was my first moment in applying this understanding of collective healing and of tools. And while at this same time, I was in Paris and, having fun and visiting libraries that James Baldwin once went to, and just imagining myself in this dialogue with Black feminism. I remember in August, it was a beautiful rainy day, and I was meeting with the amazing Rhoda Chochakam, and this was 2 weeks after this first moment. And I first met Rhoda after hearing her work from Amadine Gay, who is an amazing filmmaker and directed Ouvrir les Voix. Rhoda was the founder, or is the founder, of Atuba magazine, an arts review, and at the time she was a member of the very entertaining and informational Piment podcast. At the front lines of the Afrofeminist movement in Paris were women like her. an art director and graphic designer, Rhoda's work centered much-needed dialogue about French political accountability on topics of racism and sexism. And so we sat that day in a cafe in République and talked about Black womanhood and her experiences. And as we connected over the warmth but starkly revolutionary chills of Black feminism, she raved over the beginning of her Black feminist journey, and in the arm of the knowledge of literary work that stood Angela Davis or Toni Morrison, Patricia Hill Collins, clear and accessible to her was bell hooks. And so in these two moments, and oftentimes as I look to bell hooks as a cultural architect, when we think about the structures that dismantle systems of domination that exist in racism, sexism, and the pitfall intersections of injustice, where the bridging force of inclusivity to the extent of accountability and reconciliation, there exists this need for accessibility of thought that most characterizes the impact of bell hooks' work. And so I took those moments back with me. And I remember thinking back to my earlier introductions of Black feminism and Black Lives Matter to Me Too, where I'd oftentimes negotiate the impact of movements and theories, conversations born in academia and their relevance to the outside world. What was missing was the everyday Black woman who lives in the shadows of ease, free of isms. And I told my professors in trying to explain my academic experience and practical application at the time, and I will tell you this. While the paradigm of academia serves its purpose in theory building and shapes credibility and awareness in the development of Black feminist theory, critical race theory, concepts of intersectionality, and a necessary confrontation of the sociological imagination, there's more that can be done. And when I think back to my freshman year experience and what I gained but also wanted more of was that bridge. While mirroring my aspirations to a world where a 19-year-old undergraduate at Stanford, the essence of a then Gloria Watkins is evident in my philosophy and understanding that what I can best offer is this. In those moments with the police, in that moment with Rhoda, is that our work in these spaces means far more than the conversations or education when confronted with how to manifest spaces, when confronted with how to manifest and fight for the same enduring injustices, the dialogue we speak in itself is a toolbox. Bell hooks in her essence is a toolbox. And those tools allow us to construct our identities and reinforce that oppositional knowledge so that when we go out into the world and when generations outside of us go into the world, they can look to reimagine liberation, whether as storytellers, as disruptors, as healers, and most importantly, as artists. So what's left to be said of those tools? When I felt lost most were my sisters of the Yam. Black woman and self-recovery was what I turned to for guidance. In the comfort of transparent authenticity, of what seemed like a collective experience touchingly described so many life lessons that would begin to transform the ways in which I engaged in the world. It reinforced sisterhood, friendship, and love. I remember passing my annotated, color-coded, posted pages that made me say, that's right, yeah, to all my friends. And I was like, you need to read this book. It's going to change your life. And months later, as I was at BC's Black Women Conference, engaging with one of my sisters of the Yam, we talked so much about the appeal of Black excellence and the accessibility of the bridge of bell hooks to the myth of the strong Black woman that continues to inform Black women's self-concept, where she speaks on the assumption that we are somehow an earthy mother goddess who has built-in capacities to deal with all matter of hardship without breaking down physically or mentally. Many Black women accept this myth and perpetrate it. Providing a convenient mask, it can be the projected identity that hides addiction and mental illness among Black women. And so in this space of perfection, oftentimes that is academia, one of the ways in which we found healing was through poetry. And so what's left to my sisters of Love Heals is that. And I'm gonna share a poem with you guys today, as so much of Bell Hooks' work has influenced my own work. And for me, this is what it means for love to heal. Unravel me at my fingertips and pull me at the sides. To a cherry dark soul you'll find. At the end of our journey, you'll soon decide on the other side of excellence. Will I still have any pride? Throw at me your bricks of doubt and seeds of insecurity, and I'll rise to the battle. For you, I'll push through the thickest of clouds, crush pieces of visions unconscious if it means I'll be excellent. And in the wake of restlessness, when they question my humanity, I'll keep on fighting. And when I finally break free, you'll say, her excellence might have been a lie. It seems the auction never ends, you know, from how we used to line up and pretend as we sing the Pledge of Allegiance to a great land where our brothers and sisters lay 6 feet deep. But they want you to pull hope from within and be excellent. And in the ride of a lifetime, when your golden ticket is to win, there lay my brother and sister telling me to run 6 feet if I want to keep up this image of excellence. And with the weight of the world as it stands on my shoulders and visions of my community, my master plan needed this platform just for unity, and for the first gens, it's on you. So you wake up day after day after day and pretend. See, what if your mama told you, when the devil is in reach and the preachers are preaching and telling me to be excellent, I can't help but think, 6 feet, and I won't have to be excellent. And in the book of Samuel, you read about strength, and as time goes by, you realize there's no offense. You don't have to pretend. Bursting at the seams of autopilot, being you is enough to be excellent. Seeking help will still make you excellent. And so, what I truly want to leave you with is that love heals.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so firstly, I just want to start off by saying thank you to Dr. Jean Charles for inviting me to be a part of such an amazing program in commemoration of the life of Bell Hooks, a feminist icon. My heart was immediately drawn to being a part of the conversation, as on the day of her passing, I was filled with so much grief. Bell Hook's work has touched the hearts of so many people, as shown by all of you here today. So I invite you all to hear my story, to mourn and cry, to laugh and find joy while celebrating her life. My name is Trina Madziwa. I'm a second year here at Northeastern University, currently studying international affairs and cultural anthropology with a minor in African studies. I am a daughter, sister, aunt, scholar, and above all, a love of all things Black. I grew up in the country of Zimbabwe in Southern Africa, where I had most of my formative years. I later moved to the US in 2012 to the Bronx, New York. When I first arrived in the United States, I was thrown into a culture, as you can imagine, that I was not so familiar with. Having moved to the Bronx, I was mesmerized by the melodies of merengue, the smell of pastelitos, and the ever-so-packed apartments of immigrant families. This experience was indeed overwhelming, to say the least, but it got me excited. In Zimbabwe, I was always so enthralled by American education system that I watched through some of my favorite shows. I mean, I had High School Musical, Ant Farm, and Victorious in mind of what that experience would be like. I watched as students found joy in their classroom, secretly shared written notes, broke out in song, and navigated hallways with colorful lockers. I wanted that and more. My previous experiences in school were rather strict and rooted in the authority that existed between the teacher and the student. I was also particularly excited to use yellow pencils in the black and white composition notebooks that marked the face of the American public school system. And so while my family was getting situated in our new home, my mind was daydreaming about the experience that I was going to embark on in my new classroom. As you can imagine, when entering the halls of my new school, I quickly found out that people do not break out in song during school periods, and the desks are not as comfortable as they might appear. Though the romanticized version of school that I was expecting did not come to life, and my accent shattered my confidence at times, I remained energized and joyful because I knew a simple truth. I loved to learn. My love for academia was ignited at this stage in middle school. In her book, Teaching to Transgress, Bell Hooks reflects on her time at school before racial integration, where she too shared the same love as I do. She says, home was a place where I was forced to conform to someone else's image of who and what I should be. School was a place where I could forget that self and through ideas reinvent myself. I resonated with Hooks in her reflections about what school and the classroom meant to her. It was a place especially for a Black girl where freedom and radical thinking could be embraced, where community and joy could be shared, where stories easily sidetracked the agenda of the day but still felt worthwhile as an important part of our learning experience. Much of this was owed to the teacher, who made it a point to engage and show us what it means to be radical, what it means to ask questions, and most importantly, what it means to speak up. Hooks highlights this phenomena as engaged pedagogy, learning that transcends power dynamic and ushers in community, vulnerability, joy, and critical thinking. This form of learning challenges us to think beyond what is often so comfortable and embrace a mindset where we consider who we will become as a result of what we know and what we don't. Additionally, this framework also allows the change in dynamic between the student and teacher, where both acknowledge the need for self-actualization and an intentional interrogation of one's positionality within the space. These reflections and intentional practices enhance the capacity to question and resist biases, prompting greater risks and empowerment of not only the individual, but also the community of teachers and students. I fervently believe that joy and excitement have room in classroom spaces and should not be considered as disruptive to learning processes. Education can be used as a tool to empower, especially in Black and Brown communities where we feel like our autonomy is often stripped from us. When digesting this idea of the classroom as a space for community, it all seems so simple. Of course, we should be afforded the opportunity to critically engage and embrace each other. However, to create a community means putting in an intentional effort to do so. It's a choice, especially for educators and how they build out that space. Without active participation in the creation of a community, it is not a surprise that some students, and even myself, find it hard to engage and show up authentically to classroom spaces. How can we as students find ways to challenge the community orientation that may not engage with our learning style? While I will also pose the question to educators, what detriment does taking the extra step to cultivate a space that invites joy and excitement have on your ability to teach? I find that I produce my best work when I'm adequately inspired, where I'm excited to truly demonstrate who I am and my thought process. However, the space that I am a part of has to foster this excitement. A timely consideration as well is how decolonization of academia is embraced in classroom settings. This conversation has been pertinent in my studies, where we often consider why we name and teach what we teach, and also who do we put at the forefront of our conversations. If, as mentioned before, there is an intentional building of community, Hooks argues that we are more likely to embrace dialogues that take risks and deconstruct existing biases. The way forward in changing academia is for it to be more permeable. I believe similarly to Hooks that for education to function as a form of freedom and liberation, we need to engage intentionally. I think back to the time when in assimilating into the United States, my classroom space served as a safe space during my middle school time. Building a community to me was very important, as I had given up on one that I had before. Fortunately enough, I was welcomed into one where people wanted to hear about who I am as a person and the different perspectives that I had. In this space, I also found my lifelong best friend that I call my sister, who has been a part of this journey called life with me. So I simply wonder, if I'd never gotten the opportunity to be in such a space, where would I be? What is phenomenal about the work of Hooks is that it seeps into all aspects of life and has an undying impact. This contemplation of an engaged classroom also emphasizes the idea of self-actualization and reflections of one's position. These considerations break away from the standardized practices of the separation of academics and the integration of the personal. An important aspect of this self-actualization in any space is vulnerability. As Hooks says in Teaching to Transgress, we need to take action and reflection to change the world that we live in. In reflecting on my various academic experiences since middle school, it saddens me to say that not every environment has allowed me to be in a joy-oriented and risk-taking community. Towards the end of high school, I was at a crossroad where I was feeling burnt out and unmotivated. I had attended a predominantly white institution for high school and often took leadership roles to challenge diversity initiatives to build an equitable and inclusive campus. I wanted to use experiences and knowledge that I had to invite change in the space that I called home at the time. Though I loved all the work that I did, it began to feel emotionally taxing, as I often did not receive adequate support. What this space lacked was ability to sit in discomfort and take risks. With about 20 Black students on campus, we took on the role as leaders, teaching others how to break down their biases and how not to harm in classroom spaces. Many of our initiatives were met with resistance and criticism. Anyone who has done such work knows that this reaction can make one feel defeated. The other leaders and I, which often included other students of color on campus, often sat in reflection wondering what we did wrong. However, we had to reorient the blame and realize that not all communities are inviting and permeable. While I was concerned with mostly aiding in the growth of others at this time, I neglected to take time to myself and process the environment that I was in. I wanted to be that strong Black girl making strides on a campus because I took it as my responsibility to disrupt and call for change. Later on, I realized I could not assume that title without thinking about how damaging it is to my self-actualization. Luckily, I took the time afforded to me during the initial stages of the pandemic to step back from academia to nurture my Black womanhood. During this time, I was gifted Hooks' texts, "And I, a Woman," all about love, and Sisters of the Yam. I think the two people in my life who saw how much I needed these books. In these works, Hooks talks about talks about all things love, community healing, and highlights the dire need for Black feminism to be integrated in discourse. At such a time where I did not know where to go next, it was empowering to read about the importance of healing oneself. In Sisters of the Ham, Hook says, "I believe the realm of mental health, of psychic well-being, is an important arena for Black liberation struggle. I came to understand that it is simply okay to nurture yourself because self-care for Black women is a radical act. Knowing that I needed to reevaluate my approach to academic spaces so they don't damage my psyche, I committed to staying remote for my first year of college. I needed the time to be gentle to myself, to honor moments where I do not feel powerful and motivated, and to also lean into the community of friends and family around me. In this time of introspection that I urge everyone to embrace often as they can, I think about this line in All About Love where Hook says, "Self-love is the foundation of our loving practice. When we give this precious gift to ourselves, we are able to reach out to others from a place of fulfillment and not from a place of lack." My exposure to Hooks at this moment grounded me. I came to question myself about exactly who I was being so strong for, when in actuality I was hurting myself. While taking the time to reflect, I was taken back to the moment in middle school where this love for learning and thirst for knowledge was catalyzed. I had to remind myself of the moments when I knew that I wanted to embrace academia in my life. I was called to give gratitude to the teacher who had lit this fire in me. I thanked her for showing Black and brown figures all over the classroom walls, for how much she cared even if it meant tears, and for just encouraging us to be aware of the beauty in our identity as Black and brown people. Embracing vulnerability through gratitude and this intent on working on myself aided into my transition into campus life. I'm going to be honest that reading Hooks only revealed the long journey that I am still embarking on each day as I come to terms with who I am as a person. I purposefully enrolled in Dr. Jean Charles' class on gender and Black world literature with a thirst to be in conversation about the experiences of Black women from all spheres of life, from immigrant to queer communities. I wanted to explore and see my identity reflected through the material that I learned. Even though we did not read her work specifically, Bell Hooks had an undying presence in our conversations as we sifted through multifaceted Black women characters. This relationship between the personal and my reflection and the classroom serving as a tool for community building is important. The student-teacher relationship in the classroom community has the ability to transform one's life for the better. Just as much as I sought out Dr. Jean Charles' class for the personal, I was able to grow as a scholar and critical thinker. I was in a community where we laughed, listened to music, created, and reflected. All these elements are still pertinent in our ability to make classroom spaces filled with joy, the premise of engaged pedagogy. For my final in Dr. Jean Charles' class, we were asked to come up with a project that reflected the themes that we discussed throughout the semester. In the hopes of continuing this reflection that Hooks positioned in my life, I decided to cultivate a project centered around creating a digital space for global Black feminism, as I call it. I wanted to create a space where we not only engage with literature that centers Black womanhood, but also integrates reflection and practices of self-care. I took lessons learned from the classroom space and my personal journey to aid in the construction of this project. I drew to the Combahee River Collective Statement, which recognizes the importance of taking up space and the constant need for empowerment of Black women. Through the support of Dr. Jean Charles, I've been given the opportunity to continue this project under the Peak Fellowship Program. This project, much like my connection to Hooks, serves as another element in my exploration of my Black womanhood. I am reminded again at this moment, as I share these words with you today, that my ability to be vulnerable has indeed aided in my exploration as a student. I urge Black girls like me, who often find themselves in moments where they feel defeated, to embrace vulnerability and community, to prioritize self-care as a radical act, and to be gentle to themselves. I owe it to Bell Hooks and many other educators in my life who have aided in my growth and nurtured me for the better. Even though I was filled with immense grief in her passing, as I stand here today, I am reminded that she lives on within us and in conversation with us through her work. I am forever grateful that she touched my heart in the way that she did. Thank you.
So you all are just going to continue with the crying theme, right? I don't know how many of these boxes we're going to need by the end of the day. Thank you. That was just excellent, 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 excellent. So again, I'm going to open it up with a question. I love the way that each of you, talked about the classroom, right, from very different vantage points. The classroom abroad, right, the classroom here on this campus, the classroom that you teach on this campus. And, we have this quotation from Hooks, right, that says that the classroom is the most radical place, right, in the academy, right? I forget the exact quotation. But I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more about specific things. And I say this also because I've been interviewing job candidates like all week, all month, it feels like. And one of the questions that I often ask them are, what kinds of activities do you do in the classroom, right? How do you describe your pedagogy? And you gave us some really wonderful examples, Alanna, but I'm also curious to know examples from when you were a student, if there were other places where you learned that. And then if also Trina and Grace could talk about some of the activities that you've done in the classroom where you've experienced that. It does feel radical. I mean, Trina talked about the joy, but does it feel radical is what I wonder about when students experience it.
Yeah. Sorry, can you so you're curious about sort of my experience in the classroom
As a student, too, yeah.
I think I mentioned this. I did my undergrad at Bates, which is a tiny little school up in Lewiston, Maine. And in the classroom, all of our classrooms were small. It was about a little bit over 1,200 kids, or students, adults. And most of my classes were 12 people and under. And so we didn't do those sort of like big breakout group activities, but there was a lot of space for these like intense and really intimate conversations. And I think having that is like the basis of like my understanding of how it what it means to run a classroom has shaped the way I try to teach at Northeastern as a graduate student. So I think like trying to mimic that. I mean, there's a lot of really amazing things about being in a big sort of urban school that are wonderful, but I think there's something kind of, I wouldn't say it's missing, but I think the difference between that sort of small liberal arts college is that you get those like really intensely intimate moments in the classroom where people confess things. It's like it's almost confessional space. And I think to me, like having, like you said, experienced that, I try to sort of mimic that or create something like that here. Whether that's in small breakout groups, sometimes it looks like assigning groups of readings. So I'll assign different students different readings, and then I'll have them come together again and sort of teach each other what they learned and how they interpreted that. And I think that gives one another a really good sort of outlook or sense of how to teach something. And I think once you have the confidence of like, oh, I have to teach this, I have to know it well, I have to reflect on it, I think that really instills like the true meaning or the true intentions of the author. And then in terms of other activities, things that were really effective, I think student-led teaching is really big. I think that's something that I always talk about, which is sort of similar to what I've just mentioned. But, coming to a class and knowing I have to present for 15 minutes on this topic to me, was always really exciting. I think that's what got me excited about the possibility of being a college professor one day. And I think it also, again, I'm trying to find the right words to say this, but I think it, like I said before, like students learn better from each other than they often do from me, and so having it said on their own terms in language that they understand, events that they're going through together is really important. Yeah, I'll stop there because I think I'm going on too long, but yeah.
Thank you, Alanna. Thank you.
I dance, and I think that movement is really, really empowering. So even if in the classroom space you might not be like breaking out into dance, I think standing up and kind of moving around and within the space is definitely a way in which you can engage and also make that space feel more comfortable, because I think that comfort is the first thing that we should tackle when we're thinking about how to cultivate that community, and then ultimately like the students in it can feel like they can just be their authentic selves when they're comfortable. So I think for me particularly, the moments that stand out is when I was asked to just stand up and kind of move at different points in the classroom, whether it's through like agree, disagree on this one side, and having discussions in that way. Fortunately enough, at the high school that I went to, we would sometimes like actually leave the classroom space and go out to eat and like just commune together. And I think that through sort of seeing each other beyond that space definitely allowed us to feel more connected. And I think that that's definitely a way in which we could change our definitions of a classroom space. Northeastern's located in a city. I think that there are many opportunities for professors to find other spaces where students can engage with each other, where conversations can be had, especially about the local community that we're a part of. So I think that really thinking about how to make the classroom space radical is to take it away from the classroom space at times.
I love that, decolonizing. I love that, Trina. I started giggling when you first started because, you know, when I was my PhD is in French and Romance languages and literatures. And one of the things that people don't tell you when you go to graduate school is no one actually really teaches you how to teach, right? So all these professors that you have, most of them have not learned how to teach. But what I enjoyed about being in the program that I was in was they had to teach us, we had pedagogy classes because we were teaching language, right? And so I was one of the few, among my friends in graduate school, I was one of the few that actually had these lessons. And that movement thing is actually something that we would do. And what we would do is, especially when there was a lull and you could kind of see the students, you know, work like glazed looks in their eye, we did this exercise based on the accents in French. And so literally, you would like stand up and be like, accent grave, accent aigu, circonflexe. And it would be so funny because now that I'm a parent, I see it in the preschools, right? Like they would just be like children, right? And they would be like, yay, and their eyes would just get all bright and they'd be excited and be like, okay, c'est le temps pour les exercices, right? And anyway, it was just funny to me because I realized that I actually never do that anymore. Like I'll make you move to this side of the classroom, but I'm not like accent grave. Okay, so the other question that I have that came up a little bit, but I would like each of you to go into more detail is, how has the pandemic affected both your teaching and your learning, right? This is kind of the elephant in the room. We know so much has changed. And I'm just even imagining some of the activities you do with your students, Alanna, online, right? So how has that impacted your experience in the classroom?
And I think I'll like tie this into like the first question as well. It's on different sides because on one hand, I think like it's actually been horrible. And I've hated it, but I think there is also, again, in this conversation of like accessibility, a different experience like that exists. And so what I was going to say was meditation, like in the classroom. And I remember like in BLM to me too, like one way that we would kind of integrate meditation would be to kind of just sit after seeing something like traumatic. And I know Bell Hooks oftentimes talks about how trauma exists in the body and we kind of like hold that into the things that we're stressed by. And oftentimes because of the pandemic and, you know, just academic work, you feel that stress, but you don't really like recognize all the different ways that it can kind of manifest in your everyday life. So interestingly enough, in those periods of just feeling where in your body that, you know, you may be experiencing something after watching something traumatic or learning about, you know, all these different topics that can be a lot and can be really overwhelming. was something that, like, I'm taking a science course, and that's actually one of the things that our professor did to open, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so weird. And I didn't think that I would see that in that type of space. But I think that the introduction of that made learning and kind of what we're bringing to the classroom more humane. And it's interestingly enough because I know that, she spoke a lot about her influences of Buddhism and applying Christian frameworks to that, and why she kind of, found peace in Buddhism. And part of that also was the integration of meditation and, finding peace and being able to stay still and recognize the presence of where you are in that moment. So I think that, those are the applications I would say to just this space of digital learning and having to learn that is, giving students space and seeing professors give us space to be able to fully be present. As opposed to kind of going through the motions and the autopilots of clicking on Zoom and clicking off Zoom and moving from class to class and trying to adjust to it all, is remembering that we are living, breathing things. And just as Professor McGuffey was talking about, ecofeminism is truly understanding not only your environment, but how you exist in that environment. And so it's been beautiful to see, whether it is in a science course or it is in a humanities course or a sociology course, how different professors are still working to create space for those things.
Yeah, so I think anyone that knows me, knows that I'm someone that really does operate on this sort of, at least in my life and in my teaching, in this sort of effectual or things felt kind of a way. And I really rely on this sort of synergy of the people around me to help me move through that. But I'm also a digital humanist. And so, I was quite nervous at first. I was like, how am I going to do this? I don't know how to respond to students. I don't know how to read energies, like when we're all on these tiny little screens in our respective rooms. But then I remembered, one of the important parts about the digital humanities is recognizing that the digital space is very much the same real world, and it's digital, but at the same time, it's this really tangible thing. And I think once I realized that, my classroom started to run much more smoothly, and I realized that there's so much more that can happen. And when I was talking before about the sort of intimate spaces of classroom, I also think that there's something to be said about allowing people to be in their own intimate spaces, in their bedrooms or their living rooms or wherever they're tuning in from, and having that as a sort of level of comfort from which they can really talk. And I found that in the end, it's certainly different. And there are negotiations to be made, but again, we're still having just as deep conversations. We're being just as earnest and honest, and we're really thinking about ourselves. And I also think that with this pandemic and the racial reckoning that sort of is riding in tandem with it right now, people are really shifting their senses of self, their senses of what knowledge is and what knowledge means to them. And I think these shifts, it's this sort of technical one again, where you're on Zoom, but it's also a shift of consciousness that's been brought on. And I think it's so interesting and really, I don't want to use this word special because I know the pandemic is bad. But it is interesting to watch it all happen in real time and sort of bear witness to it. And I wonder what it's going to look like in the next 4 or 5 years from now, and how that's going to shift, back when everything is in person, and sort of we're on the other, I don't know if we'll actually ever be on the other end of the pandemic, but sort of at least thinking we're on the other end of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Alanna. Go ahead.
So the pandemic came right before my freshman year of college. So I was kind of beginning my experience with being remote and then having to transition over to hybrid mode. But I think one thing that I adopted, at least personally, was taking an intentional choice in the classes, especially knowing that it was going to be remote. It was not going to be as engaging as most other classroom spaces. And I think that I'm a social human being. I thrive on like the energies of others around me. I love being in community. And I think that I decided to just like make sure that the courses that I took, the classes that I was a part of, really matched who I wanted to become as a person and the conversations that I wanted to engage in. So I would say like it really did change my intentionality with my major, because I think that oftentimes it's so easy to just go with the flow, but I was more purposeful about who I was surrounding myself with as a result of that space.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was always very thankful for students like you in the classroom. So.
I know it is. It's nice because I've been reflecting on that experience, right, of having you, especially the two of you as students. Do you have questions for each other?
Ooh.
Dr. Clark is coming to your rescue.
I'll let her go first then.
You know the vibes. It's a student panel, the classroom, all of that good stuff. You always want to be prepared to keep the conversation going, right? No dead air. Thank you all so much for your contributions to the panel today. It was so rich just to sit back and to listen to you talk about your experiences as both students and teachers occupying this space at the same time. And I really, really appreciate this. I wrote the question with Alanna's presentation in mind, but it speaks to something that each of you talked about, and that is making the education that you get real, right? Grounding it in our real world experiences. But Alanna, you specifically mentioned that one of the ways you do that is teaching Hooks's work in tandem with pop culture, with current events. And I just wondered if we could ask some labor from you to walk us through what one of those lessons looks like, what it sounds like, what you want it to feel like. And for all of the panelists, where you've had those lessons, whether you're giving them or actually being a part of them as a student, if you would tell us a little bit about what that's like. We're trying to be more effective teachers. Thank you.
Yeah. So for me, I usually, I working from sort of as an interdisciplinary scholar, but also someone that is pretty dedicated to multimodal learning and to disability studies, or just or students that have sort of disabilities, I should say. I'm always thinking about multiple points of like action, right? Like, you know, if students see themselves as strong readers or as strong interpreters or as strong critics of sort of media, and so like providing, you know, a essay, music or a video, a poem, all these different things all at once, and sort of asking them to mark the through lines. And I think that like there's always going to be that one student that really gets the essay, that one student that really knows the video. And if I can put them together and say, like, look at, like, what are you two coming together on? And how can you sort of be the yin to one another's yang is really important. And then I sort of open up for a broader discussion, right? So I mentioned teaching feminist masculinity in conversation with, like, a Kendrick Lamar album. I think, you know, we're taught, you know, to think about this hip-hop has a really complicated relationship to feminism, a really complicated one. And in part, it's like you're told the thought, you know, you can't take it that seriously because like it's just music. But at the same time, it's this like important political space for Black men, but also Black women. And I think something like feminist masculinity gives students a better sense of like, you know, how can you be masculine or even hyper masculine, if you will, which is like how hip hop is thought of, but also maintain a sense of feminism and a feminist outlook and feminist intentions. And so a lot of times it's just about having like raw and honest conversations about, asking students things like, what did you think the first time you heard that album? Like, what did you think of what Kendrick had to say? And then what did you think about it after reading Hooks? Or what did you think about it after reading Brittany Cooper or something like that? So it's a lot of marking through lines together, sort of talking about where we are and where we've been with the work, I think is like really important.
It looks like we have a question from the chat, so sorry to cut this short, but go ahead.
Okay, so this question is from, the name is Marie Nadine, and they said that they want to ask the panelists who discussed teaching to transgress. In it, Hooks wrote about how she had visions of committing violent acts against the professors who were being racist against her. Black women who speak out have a legacy of hardship in academia. Can anyone talk about how Hooks' body of work, especially her engagement with the hashtag Black Love Phenomenon, has increased awareness of these experiences? In other words, does her work demonstrate or highlight the fact that self-loving Black women speak out against injustice and hate are often punished for doing so?
I think definitely. I feel like that's why Sisters of the Yam in particular is such a revolutionary text, because it really examines in so many different aspects the way that, Black women in particular exist in this world and exist in this, consistent space of labor, whether it's labor to your family, labor to your friends, labor to everyone but ourselves. And, how do you also get back to that is also bridging this sense of community that exists, whether it's around other Black women, but, creating systems to sustain that. And I think like that is such a really important understanding of, so much of like all her work. And I remember when, and of course, All About Love had, been out like for a while, but like this was like 2 years ago. And I don't know for what particular reason or why, but so many of my friends are reading All About Love. And it was like this mini phenomenon that was happening on BC's campus where, there was such a dialogue about what that meant and, to her experience. And it wasn't just Black women. It was so many different people, so many different backgrounds, so many different experiences that were relating to her creating a framework for us to have these conversations that oftentimes are not have. And I think like that's where it exists in, bridging resistance to the lack of systems to support and sustain the work that Black women do. And it's definitely exciting to see that from a more academic perspective of her creating, all of these bodies of work for people to then take on and teach over and over and over again, but also her relation to pop culture and recognizing that, these are conversations that while maybe taboo, I'm going to give you accessible language to be able to talk about that while bridging this recognition and centering Black women. So I think she does that a lot and really goes into detail on that questions within that particular book. But I think even with notions of, Black love, she talks about, like Black women can't exist in both abuse and this idea of love. And, Audre Lorde, I may butcher this in some way, but she talks about self-preservation and why for her that is an act of political warfare. And I believe at the time she was going through some, medical issues. And so she spoke about, how that was intertwined to just like her work as an author and a teacher, but I think that idea of self-preservation and political warfare really exists in these small implicit things that we don't even talk about or mention, such as love. So what does it mean to then create a framework for it, to then amplify it and bridge awareness and to make it really clear that all of these systems can't exist while we are also oppressed by them is something that, may seem really simple in doing, but I find really revolutionary.
Thank you so much for that. We are unfortunately out of time for these questions, but the great thing about being together until 3 o'clock, you look so sadly, dejectedly walking away from the mic. No, but the good thing is we'll be together all day, so you can ask the person at lunch, you can ask your question, and maybe what we'll do after the last panel, take time to ask any questions of any of the panelists also. I want to also call your attention to this wonderful resource sheet that Savita Maharaj made for us. I'm not sure Savita is here anymore, but yes, Savita's in class. And so please take a look, and don't forget, there is over there the bell hooks altar where you can leave your offering, whatever it is. We have note cards and paper there for you to write something. And please enjoy lunch. We will reconvene at, it's not what's in the program. Is it? Is that 2:30? 1:30. Right, thank you. 1:35, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed those delicious lunches. We're gonna get started again in 1 minute. I think we're gonna invite our panelists to come sit here, even though we're gonna have to get up, get down. So for this session, this is our final session of our time together. But I just want to make 2 announcements. One is that one of our speakers is actually going to be presenting virtually, so that person is on Zoom. And so we'll have the first 2 speakers in panel, and then for the third person, the panelists will transition to go sit down. And then we'll watch on this screen while Professor Garcia-Pena presents for us. And then the other thing I wanted to remind you is please take your time to bring your offerings to the altar. And also, if you, at the end of this session, please feel free to ask questions, of course, of these panelists. But if there's anyone else that spoke throughout the day that you'd like to ask a question of, feel free to do so as well, okay? Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, so I heard my new BFF, Professor Meredith Clark, say that she was a PK, and I am a PS, a pastor's spouse, and I've pastored myself. So I need a little call and response. We just came from lunch. It was beautiful. It was delicious. There were sweet potatoes. So good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Can we just celebrate this moment that we are able to gather here on this gorgeous, wonderful day in this space? I'm so grateful to be here, and actually a little nervous because bell hooks is bell hooks. And you're just like, I just don't want to mess it up, even though you know that she would be like, you would be fine. You're like, I just don't want to mess it up. But I want to just begin by expressing my gratitude. My name is Amey Victoria Adkins-Jones, and I teach theology and African diaspora studies at Boston College. And I'm so incredibly grateful to the generosity of my brilliant forever colleague, Regine, Jean-Charles, and for all of those who have helped organize this conference, especially all of the communications with Mika. I want to say thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I also want to thank all of you who are here in this room and joining us online for the community and solidarity and energy of your spirit. These are not things that we do alone. So thank you for that. Whenever I'm speaking, I try to acknowledge and want to acknowledge all of the Native, Indigenous communities for whom this is ancestral and unceded land that we're walking on. And I also want to continue to express the sorrow and solidarity as a Black person whose ancestors were enslaved here and who have also endured the legacies, the continued legacies of violence in this country. And I want to name the sacred honor of being here this afternoon. Most of all today, I want to give thanks for our ancestor, Bell Hooks, and all of the ways she continues to speak and to challenge us to rise to the best occasions of our individual and collective selves. So, I was a little overwhelmed preparing for today. It's true that sometimes my grief, my sense of loss manifests for me as confusion, discombobulation, and heightened introversion. And I've found myself thumbing through Bell Hooks' text for the past few weeks, not even sure of what I'm looking for. A word here, a word there, a reminder, a rejoinder, something that I can manageably pass on, a treasure direct from the source, a nugget that perhaps will inspire in someone more digging, as handing someone a shovel in a sea of infinite sands is not always compelling, even if they are sure to strike gold. Surely the least I can do is continue to read her words, to plant their seeds in the soils of our students, to nurture them in my life, to water them with love, in my transgression and in my Black feminism and in my joy. And yet this has been really difficult because it doesn't quite seem like enough. 2 coins and an offering plate deserving of so much more. But this we yet bring, what we have, our whole selves, because Bell Hooks has already mapped for us the geography of what we must do as caretakers of the earth and as caretakers of one another. What is fitting for someone of such stature, such humility, who meant so much to us all? What would do Bell Hooks justice on such a gorgeous afternoon? Well, I don't really know. But I begin, and I try again and again, first with immense gratitude, and for a moment with a return to a text I was rereading last past week and found myself marveling at yet again, in part because my students love it. All about love, which is in and of itself already a bit gratuitous, no? How to speak of love in a time of fatigue, where lovelessness seems on the rise, the comorbidities of the virus of infection, shaped like a crown, and the virus of whiteness, or perhaps more specifically, white supremacist capitalist heteropatriarchy, that crowns itself in fine robes, even while it watches his own subjects starve. Yet we dare to speak of love. 2 things. 1, Bell Hooks was free. And she wrote what she wanted, she wrote what we needed, regardless of what anyone else thought. So she turned to love so that we may turn to love as well. And 2, because perhaps the way to honor memory best is to remember, to bring back together the pieces of ourselves that have been fractured, ignored, soldered, cordoned off, bound by tourniquet, to relish and to return. Bell Hooks wrote of lovers who had much to say, to write even about love, but who could not live it. This, of course, was not her fate, and thus we are set to task. In these moments, what has been comforting for me has been a space that has long comforted me, kept my hands to the plow, and these are Bell Hooks' words. I don't know how she felt about Pinterest or Canva or even the use of her image, but I get it. She's massively quotable and inspirational far beyond surface cliches that we are inundated with. I once got a Valentine card that said, "I am Bell Hooks on you." And to be honest, I felt so seen and so loved. If you know, you know. And that matters because I am also so tired. I mean, I'm really happy and have so much joy and am deeply fulfilled, but I'm also living in this world. And I'm trying not to watch too much of the news, and I'm wondering how my children are going to live and if they will survive. And I'm worried about my students, and I'm worried about myself. And I'm finding myself the only person willing to wear a mask in so many places. And I'm wondering, am I the only one mourning the millions who have died and the millions who don't think it matter, and the institutions and the capital that make decisions about our lives, who wish for us to concede, as Bell Hooks stated, that while we may not know how to love, we can shop? Damn. So I thought the best I could do is to at least take a moment to very briefly decant the riches of her wine. Just a few pours, otherwise we'd be here all weekend. To breathe with her and read through and with and alongside some of her quotes and lessons on love. As reminders, after this beautiful set of discussions, of our task to keep beginning again and to again be willing to be touched, to find caress, to act and to choose. A benediction for Belle, love in the time of fatigue. 1, quote, may we yearn to end the lovelessness that is so pervasive in our society. I never met Bell Hooks, and also I met her time and time and time again. The first time in college, a small town girl in Charlottesville, Virginia, I saw the cover for Killing Rage and quietly added it to my basket of books. No, it wasn't assigned for a class, nor were most of my purchases from the bookstore. I knew nothing of the woman behind the lowercase letters, except that I opened those pages and found myself sitting next to her and suddenly felt seen. My airy sun and moon quietly released from the shackles of polite Southern gentility that had been cloying at my neck for the entirety of my life. Even if only in the shoals of her words, Bell Hooks challenged my heart, my spirit, my mind to rage as a form of necessity, as a form of righteousness, as an act of love. I may still be paying for that book right now because I know I bought it on credit, and I'm quite sure it eventually capitalized into my student loans. But even with all of that accrued interest, I am sure I still have not paid anywhere near its value or its worth. Thank you, Belle, for telling me to rage against everything that would treat anyone, including me, including myself, only by the standards of imperialist white supremacist heteropatriarchy, the very definition of lovelessness of self and lovelessness of others. Indeed, may we rage against the machine, may we war with love. 2, a quote, begin by always thinking of love as an action rather than a feeling is one way in which anyone using the word in this manner automatically assumes accountability and responsibility. A passage that inspired Bell Hooks and kept her in times of question and conflict from the book of 1 Corinthians and the New Testament of the Christian Bible. And now I will show you a more excellent way. If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels but do not have love, I'm only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains, but I don't have love, I'm nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but I do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It's not self-seeking. It's not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. But where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part and we prophesy in part. But when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I spoke like a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child. But when I grew up, I put the ways of the childish behind me. For now we see only a reflection in a mirror, and then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, and then I will know fully, even if I am fully known. And these three remain, faith, hope, and love, but the greatest of these is love. Bell Hooks writes about this passage because love is. She quotes Parker Palmer, who speaks, "Action, like a sacrament, is the visible form of an invisible spirit an outward manifestation of an inward power. But as we act, we not only express what is in us and help give shape to the world, we also receive what is outside of us and reshape our inner selves. As a theologian and a scholar of African and African diaspora studies, I realize the significance of sacrament, of that which marks and makes sacred, of holy presence in one another's lives, of that which shapes the reality that we live into even when we do not see it with our own eyes. We pay attention, we nurture, we attend to grace. Be not dismayed by the inertia of the wicked. The earth moves forward, and so do we. Thus, may our love as verb be present tense that is present tense that is past, present tense that is future, Black feminist subjunctive. Thank you, Belle, for pointing us towards such excellence as a way, accountable, responsible, unending, a practice, a commitment, a source, and a strength. 3, quote, to know love, we have to tell the truth to ourselves and to others, end quote. When she was writing the Black Book, which is a glimpse of time and a kind of time capsule into Black experience, Toni Morrison wrote these words on her cover. I am the Black Book. Between my top and my bottom, my right and my left, I hold what I have seen, what I have done, and what I have thought. I am everything I have hated. Labor without harvest, death without honor, life without land or law. I am a Black woman holding a white child in her arms, singing to her own baby lying unattended on the grass. I am all the ways I have failed. I am the Black slave owner, the buyer of Golden Peacock bleach cream and Dr. Palmer's skin whitener, the self-hating player of the dozens. I am my own nigger joke. I am all the ways I survived. I am tunmush, hoe cake cooked on a hoe. I am 14 Black jockeys winning the Kentucky Derby. Hey, Kentucky. I am the creator of hundreds of patented inventions. I am Lafitte the pirate and Marie Louvel. I am Bessie Smith winning a roller skating contest. I am quilts and ironwork, fine carpentry and lace. I am the wars I fought, the gold I mined, the horses I broke, the trails I blazed. I am all the things I have seen. The New York Caucasian newspaper, the scarred back of Gordon the slave, the draft riots, darky tunes, and merchants distorting my face to sell thread, soap, shoe polish, coconut. And I am all the things I have ever loved. Scuppernong wine, cool baptisms in silent water, dream books and number playing. I'm the sound of my own voice singing Shangaree. I am ring shouts and blues, ragtime and gospels. I am mojo, voodoo, and gold earrings. I am not complete here. There is much more, but there is no time and no more space. And I have journeys to take, ships to name, and cruise. Permission to love ourselves fully, wholly, together. Because, quote, self-love cannot happen in isolation. May we have everything we need to love every part of ourselves, of our stories, to hold every part of ourselves accountable, to believe that every part need not deserve love because it is already inherently worthy. 4, quote, there can be no love without justice. Without justice, there can be no love. From Alicia Garza, we don't deserve to be killed with impunity. We need to love ourselves and fight for a world where Black lives matter. Black people, I love you. I love us. We matter. Our lives matter. Bell Hooks said that her belief in God, that her belief that God is love, that love is everything, our true destiny, sustains her. But Bell did not just trust to be sustained. She poured out upon us her offerings of sustenance, a true miracle of manna, a vision of feasting, abundance, and there always being enough, always room for more. Not a finite resource, but love is something that can be cultivated and can grow. She said, quote, remaining open to love was crucial not only to her academic survival. And reading those words again, it finally clicked. Oh my God, I know exactly what she means. Because what keeps us here, fighting, pressing, moving forward, but each other. In the places we fight, in the moments we rest, in the corridors we laugh, in the breaths we celebrate. We preach, we protest, we teach, we resist out of love. So may love attend us to the practice of freedom. 5, awakening to love can only happen as we let go of our obsession with power and domination. May we never forget. 6, love is as love does. She quotes one of her beloved authors. Love is an act of will, namely both an intention and an action. Will also implies choice. We do not have to love, we choose to love. 7, loving is an art of transformative power. May we gather then Bell Hooks' wisdom. May we know what we must do to be, as she says, touched by love's grace. May our response to lovelessness be love, not pat, not trite, not falling, but awake, aware, active. Quote, we do not have to love, we choose to love. Bell Hooks says, sustaining love takes work. She says, love empowers us to live fully and die well. She says, love redeems. Dear Bell Hooks, thank you for loving us in ways large and small. We bless you and ask that your memory be a blessing. And we ask and perhaps pray that may your legacy continue to be in our love. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, thank you to my colleague, Dr. Regine Jean-Charles, for asking me to be here. I really am trembling inside. One, because this is just spectacular, and with every word, I'm reminded, and I'm so full. And 2, I'm about to be very vulnerable right now. Through all of this, in the last couple weeks of thinking about what I would say, I started to think about just memories and reflection and how things come together and just the recursive nature of reflection, right? How we grow and then we go back and we kind of pick up something and we grow a little bit more. And I think that's like the nature of my life. Nothing has been linear. It's been checkered and all over the place, and something keeps pulling me forward. And I started to think about Bell Hooks in this because I do have an encounter, right? And I want to share with you some moments, right, in my journey. So I am a military brat, and I'm really jealous of people who have a place. So when the first panel talked about their love of their place in Kentucky, I was completely jealous. I've been in and out of Kentucky. But as a military brat, you just don't have a place, right? People become your place. And so I really get invested in relationships wherever I have been because that person represents a culture and a place and a sense of continuity for me. So it's been quite a journey, but I'm gonna start with this one. So after serving about 5 years in the military, I started working as a paraprofessional in a middle school. And if you've ever been close to a middle school, you know. I decided to return to college and finish. the higher education I had began in 1983. So at 32 years old, I was a mother of 2 toddler boys, full-time employed, and full-time enrolled at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I completed a bachelor's degree in English with minors in psychology and communications in 1997. And soon after that, I began working on my master's program in writing studies and critical race theory at Illinois as well. So in my first semester, there was an interdisciplinary symposium, much like this one, with plenary sessions all around matters of like sociology and history and politics, all regarding African American culture. And I was enthralled by these panels. I mean, I was getting deep into academia and loving these scholars and brushing up against all of this wonderful stuff. And I couldn't wait to get to the keynote. And so I walked into the auditorium and I saw this woman sitting alone down in the front row. And I just went over naturally and I took a seat, you know, about two seats distance from her. And we just started talking. You know, she was the first to arrive, I was the first to arrive. And, you know, I offered a greeting. Hey, girl, I like your scarf. And she's like, hey, girl, I like your bag. She had kicked off her shoes, and I enjoyed, yeah, my feet are killing me too. And the banter was really warm, you know, like just 2 sisters sitting down after, you know, a long day, just chatting it up. And I started to think, I'm going to be friends with her. I'm going to be friends with her. As soon as this is over, we're going to go have some coffee or some wine or something. But before I could really lean in for a more formal kind of introduction, someone had come and whisked her away and escorted her to the stage. The program began, and they introduced the speaker, Bell Hooks. I didn't know. I didn't realize. I was so embarrassed. She stepped up to the dais, and she was at the podium and, you know, looking down, and I was sitting right there in the front, and she smiled at me. And I wished that that theater seat at that moment would have just flipped up and just swallowed me in. I was like, oh my God, am I out of my league here? In that moment, at that time, I was unschooled in any kind of feminist theory. But listening to her and her reproach of the feminist movement for its classism and its narrowed scope inspired something in me. She illuminated that as a Black working mother, sexism just hit different. I realized that my dreams, though completely attainable in my mind, had limitations. I hadn't considered those. And in that moment, I rather decided that I would embrace Bell Hooks' smile as a welcome to the fold. And I decided at that moment that whatever course my academic life would take, I wanted it to be informed by Black feminist thought. So then, as I moved deeper into my preparation to eventually teach writing and rhetoric, Bell Hooks' work would become more essential to my personal and my professional development. Personally, so I recently began to pen my memoir. I've been kicking myself for not being more published. I have little started manuscripts all over my computer where I lose confidence, and then I have some confidence and I lose confidence. So I said, you know, I talk about these experiences, so I'm going to try to write them. And so I begin with this encounter narrative about how when I was 8 years old, I received the first messages about my color. And the shame of my Blackness came from my family. not from unfamiliar people, not from strangers I could care less about, but people who were supposed to love me. And the messages that I got were that my blackness was not worth light and love. My blackness was rendered so problematic in social and popular constructs that I resolved for many years to just be outside of myself, outside of that dominant narrative. And it was a very, very lonely place. As I write and reflect about that experience of isolation, I recognize how it shaped my self-image, my self-esteem, and my relationship with my mother for many years into adulthood. In All About Love, Bell tells me, while it's important for us to understand the origins of fragile self-esteem, it is also possible to engage in the process of self-recovery by finding ways to affirm self-worth. And I think this is what made me want to write it down a little bit. So my turning point was in the affirmations I found in her work. Over and over and over again, she was affirming that I was worthy of that light and that love. And her way of speaking through trauma and surviving the shame often wrought by the people that we expected to love us the most. And as I deliberate my revolution in my memoir, I write, Bell Hooks and Black feminism literally saved my life. And it saved my love for my mother. Because I understood now, even if she never will, how deeply rooted internalized oppression can be, and how we act within that oppression mostly subconsciously. Ultimately, Black feminism helped me rise above my fragmented heritage and ancestry and understand that there are multiple ways to interpret familial love. And it taught me to love myself, even if the world wasn't going to. So I no longer dissemble about my Blackness. I always steal this term, like, here I am, arms akimbo, professing myself to the world now. So I thank Bell for that. So then ultimately I would become an educator. And teaching to transgress, which was the only real Black alive text that was in my curriculum, like the only one. I couldn't figure out, like, you go back and you're like, why is that the only book after you figure out there's more? But that book is so seminal and so important, I think, to any educator who cares, right? So it's been my constant companion for 22 years. To educate as a practice of freedom is a way of teaching that anyone can learn. It is the core principle of my teaching philosophy. Hooks asserts that we do more than transactional work. We make deeply spiritual investments in the intellectual transformation of our students. So let me tell you about my transformational teaching experience. So after completing my PhD in rhetoric and composition and African American studies, I began teaching at a historically Black college in South Carolina, Claflin University. It was where I taught my first Black feminist thought course. My students in this small class were intelligent and eager learners. And the first day I asked, are you a feminist? Do you want to be one? And some of them said, I don't know about this feminism thing. You know, thought it was kind of bad. I thought you can't like men, and, you know, several other myths that circulate around this. And I explained, Bell Hooks explained, this common sense that feminism is simply making a commitment to equality, mutual respect, and justice. Simple as that. And these four women leaned into feminism is for everybody And we devoured that book from front to back and front to back. These 4 young women became very attached to me. They accompanied me to conferences. They said, "Where are you going, Dr. P? Where are you going?" I got this conference, and they go look up the conference. "Can we go?" And of course, I packed them into my car, or I'd find some money to get them some tickets, and we'd go. We even met on Friday nights, Saturday mornings, whenever they wanted to talk about Black feminist thought. They began to interpret everything in their world through a Black feminist lens. Everything they looked at looked like that. And they taught me how to see their culture through that lens as well. I am not a cool kid, but they taught me. We've remained in touch over the years, since they've gone on to receive PhDs, law degrees, journalistic honors. And just recently, upon hearing about her passing, I received text messages, one after the other. And they thanked me for introducing them to bell hooks and to Black feminist thought. And I was so glad when they got a chance to see bell hooks. Can you put the picture up for me? I was so glad when they got a chance to meet bell hooks that they recognized her and that they loved her already on sight. And that meant the world to me. So, thank you, guys.
So we're going to transition because our next speaker will be joining us on Zoom. So you can train your eyes that way. And the panelists, if you'd like to sit in the audience, please, let's go sit there.
If you can give me a signal when I can start.
Oh. Hi, Lorgia.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us.
I'm so happy to be here, even if I'm not in the room with y'all, but this is courtesy of pandemic parenting, so.
Yep, we've been there, unfortunately. Okay, you can go ahead and start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you, Regine, for the invitation, and Mika for all the work in organizing the events. When Regine first asked me to speak at the symposium, I was still deep in my grief. The loss of bell hooks is personal, intimate. It is profoundly mine. And it came at a moment in which I had just finished writing a book that was influenced by all that she modeled as a scholar and a feminist. I couldn't believe this book would be in a world in which she no longer was. Her passing made me feel like an orphan. I stared at the computer at Regine's message for a long while before answering. The message made it real, definite. Bell hooks is truly gone from our physical world, and it's time for us to grieve in community. Fortunately, she left us tools to do so. She taught us that love is part of grief. It is our choice against death. For the only real death is living with lovelessness. In loss and grief, we must always choose to love. Or as she wrote, love invites us to grieve for the dead as a ritual of mourning and celebration. As we speak our hearts in mourning, we share our intimate knowledge of the dead, of who they were and how they lived. We honor their presence by naming the legacies they leave us. We need not to contain grief when we use it as a means to intensify our love for the dead and the dying, for those who remain alive. When we allow our dead to be forgotten, we fall prey to the notion that the end of the embodied life corresponds to the death of spirit. Embracing the spirit that lives beyond the body is one way to choose life. I choose life. I embrace Belle's spirit today. Let mine speak to hers, quietly, in love. I cannot think of a more radical action as a scholar than to write about love. In academia, love is the ultimate taboo topic, particularly for women, more so for women of color. We are primed to write about death, dispossession, violence, oppression, domination, patriarchy, capitalism. In other words, we're expected to produce work and think about the antithesis of love, love's opposites. And for many of us, particularly those of us who come from colonized, oppressed communities, these topics are not only our research agendas, they are our life experiences. They are the familiar. They are how we have been socialized as beings. They are, as Christina Sharp reminds us, the ground we walk on. The unloving world in which we have come to exist has become the norm, even as we seek to fight it and change it, even as we attempt to redress the harm. It's not wonder then that we arrive at the university, one of the most loveless institutions, and we spend our careers confronting the effects of unlove. Though we might not recognize the institutional violence, gaslighting, predatory behaviors, rejection, abuse, and bullying to which many of us have been subdued to in the academy as stemming from absence of love. That is in great part because as a society, we understand love as a feeling, not as a praxis. One falls in love. We believe we're loved by our families, by our parents, and that we love them. We love our children simply because they're our blood. We love our original communities and sometimes our imposed communities. This passivity through which love is written into our consciousness clouds our understanding of it as a radical act. Love as transformation, love as justice, love as freedom, love as the fabric that can and should sustain not just our individual relationships, be it romantic, platonic, familiar, but our communities, our institutions, our nations, our world. Love as praxis, as an ethic against the threat of spiritual, social, civic, and physical death. Hooks talked about 6 dimensions of love: care, commitment, trust, responsibility, respect, and knowledge. We tend to recognize the first three as central to our loving relationships. Heartbreak is usually the absence of care, the breaking of trust and commitment. It is less common for us to think of knowledge as love. And yet, for those of us in this room, knowledge is love, is central to how we practice it. Following Belle's very defiant and rebellious definition of loving as knowledge, I want to reflect today on the meaning of love as praxis, as a life ethics. Love's implications for those of us who are scholars, teachers, knowledge makers, knowledge lovers. What exactly does it mean to practice love? We understand praxis as the application of theory, something required to acquire the skill, an action that we must repeat over and over and perfect. Understanding love as a praxis means we recognize that we need to learn to love. It also means we know love cannot exist as a monument or a trinket in our hearts. It is always a function of its doing. Like all practices, loving perfects itself in the making. But how exactly do we practice love in our work? How does one, as a scholar and teacher, teaches and writes in and through love? I'd like to offer humbly some suggestions. The first step is to recognize what is not of love. Hooks reminds us, for example, that love and abuse cannot coexist. The presence of any form of abuse is the absence of love. Working in institutions that are still grounded on heteropatriarchy, colonialism, and white supremacy, as most universities are, means we're essentially not loved by our institutions. It also means that our presence in them is a disruption of the unloving fabric that sustains them. Robin Kellie warns us that the university will not love us back. Ours is an unequal relationship, an unhealthy and at times an abusive one. During my 8 years at Harvard, I experienced institutional violence almost every day. From microaggressions to rejections to the eventual tenure denial. Pair that with also receiving adulations, prizes, promises, the contradictory narrative of you're a star, but not good enough. We want you, but please change. It's all too similar to the structures and circles of abuse that many of us come from in our families or our relationships with partners. Recognizing this fact, spotting the unloving structures of the university allows us to protect ourselves from harm, to seek refuge in other spaces, to find and make alternative, radical communities of love. Working within structures that are unloving does not mean we must be unloved. It means we love with attachment. It means we must create packets of love where we can work in freedom, where our whole beings can be sustained. Sadly, Belle knew this all too well. Most of us in this room do too. For me, working in incredibly violent, unloving spaces meant I had to furiously protect my heart. It meant detaching my being, my work, my craft, my teaching from their unloving assessment of my worth. At the end, that is what saved me. My grandmother used to repeat this Dominican saying, "Las palabras se toman de quienes las dicen." Words are valued according to who says them. Their assessment of my worth has no value, for it comes from lovelessness, from the antithesis of love, which, according to my beloved Bell Hooks, is abuse, oppression, and violence. Or, as she said to me after Harvard denied me tenure 2 years ago, and I quote, "Their rejection, my dear, is your great honor. Wear it well." So don't mind if I do. The second step is to understand love as a choice. We get to have agency in our loving. We get to decide who to love. When we make this choice, we also make the choice of letting go and of releasing that which does not sustain our praxis, our commitment to loving. As scholars of color, we're often pulled in many different directions. Our lives are filled with the expectations of others. We pay the service tax, the minority tax, and we're supposed to do so with gratitude. Our students expect us to be more for them. The administration expects us to solve their unloving structures of inequality and exclusion with our magic BIPOC wand. No wonder we're hired. No sooner we're hired, the demands start pouring in and we become tired and overwhelmed. An ethics of love, as Hooks reminds us, can guide us to decide what to invest our bodies, energies, our souls in, which projects are worth our love, and which must be released, practically or mentally, so that we may continue to grow, blossom, and thrive. A loving ethics brings us closer to a life of radical, shameless joy, in which we only make room for that which is of love. Third, and perhaps the most important step in building our ethics and our praxis, is awareness. The recognition of ourselves and others beyond the performative or the expected. To practice love is to let ourselves be vulnerable to our own shortcomings, see our mistakes reflecting to us as they are, without judgment. Something my favorite poet and spiritual guide, Josefina Baez, calls the as is, meeting life as is, right where we are, not where we aspire to be. In this world of social media avatars, in which we're primed to perform a better, braver, smarter, thinner, prettier version of ourselves for the world to see and admire, Hooks invites us to do the opposite, to embrace our humanity, our failures, our shortcomings, to recognize them as part of a whole, as a continuum, and as a legacy. It is from that awareness that growth can come. Growth is always of love. The fourth step is forgiveness. Hooks invites us to let go of that which hurts us, detach from its pain and death in loving ways. That is perhaps the hardest act, the most challenging, but also the most necessary to live and practice love. Forgiving does not mean that we do not hold others accountable for the harm they cause. It does not mean we allow ourselves to be used and exploited. It means we detach. We protect our hearts. We invest in healing from trauma. We practice care with ourselves and our communities. We take ourselves out of situations that are hurtful. We speak up to protect the most vulnerable. Forgiveness is an act of self-preservation. We forgive to release that which hurts us, that which blocks our loving praxis. The final step, which is one very, very dear to me, is communion. The creation of connections and bonds with other human beings that are grounded on the praxis of love. Now, this is no easy task. Building community is almost the antithesis of academia. As scholars, we're trained to and believe that we find documents in the archive, and that makes us owners of history. We are rewarded for individual success from very early on, from the proverbial A that all of our students seek in our courses to the holy grail of tenure and full professorship that rewards our individual achievements. In a culture of protectiveness of one's individuality and success, building communities of love is challenging. It's painful and at times demoralizing. How many of us have tried to no avail to find or build those spaces? How many of us have felt betrayed and ostracized, hurt and broken in the process? Hooks warns us about this. She reminds us that building communities of love does not mean we live happily ever after. It does not mean that there are no conflicts and betrayals. It simply means that we are equipped to confront them, to make people accountable for their mistakes, and to find a path forward. Building loving community requires all the elements of love: trust, commitment, care, respect, responsibility, and knowledge. To be in communities of love against death, the death that surrounds us, is the ultimate revolutionary act. It is our revenge against the unloving isms seeking to destroy us. In loving community, we win. Community, as Bell taught us, is indeed our salvation. Thank you very much. I have no pictures with Bell, so I put us all together on the page. Thank you.
That was so good. I told Saida, I almost said amen. I think it's appropriate, amen. So
I'm a PK too, so I can have it.
Yeah. I never get nervous when I speak, and I'm really nervous. And I'm mostly nervous because I am talking about something today that is very personal. And when we are in academic settings, we are taught to leave our personhood and our personalities and our personal lives at the door. And so, but I think that runs counter to a lot of what Bell Hooks has written about and a lot of what Bell Hooks has taught us. I came to Bell Hooks' book, All About Love, late. I actually started reading it after she passed away. And it gave me so much healing to read that book that I immediately wrote an editor and said, I have an op-ed that I want to write. And I want to talk about grief, and I want to talk about loss. And I also want to talk about it around the holidays, because it was December and it was Christmas and New Year's and all of these celebrations that tend to happen. And we oftentimes forget that during these moments of great celebration and shopping, people are grieving and people are having a hard time. And I was one of them. And so I wanted to write about that. And as I started to draft the op-ed, I cried all weekend, like all weekend. And it was still very healing for me to be able to cry, because after reading Bell Hooks' work, I was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, exactly. And so I want to tell you a little bit about what that op-ed was about. So I started writing about my sister, Tracy. My sister, I'm going to just, this is bolted to the floor. Okay, I'm just going to stand so I can look. My sister, Tracy, was 12 years older than me. And she was sort of like my surrogate mother. Everywhere we went, I was always in tow with her, and she would get so annoyed by me. She used to always tell people, especially in public, because she didn't want people to think she was a teen mom. So she would be like, I'm going to tell your mom. I'm going to tell mom. Like, she would do that really loud because she was like, this is not my kid. But we had such a good relationship that when I got older, you know, I would come to wherever she was, and I would take care of her kids, her 3 kids, and I would spend summers with her in Georgia, or when she lived in Illinois, I would go and take care of her kids and just give her the break that she needed. And now that I have 3 kids, I completely understand how much she needed that help during those, you know, small seasons where I was free and I could come and help out. My sister, about 2 years after I got married, got diagnosed with breast cancer. And initially, we all thought that the breast cancer was going to be minor, that she would just get the treatment that she needed, maybe some chemo, and she would recover. But within a short amount of time, we realized that the cancer was much more aggressive than we had anticipated. And the doctor did not give her a good prognosis. And I remember being in graduate school, and I told my advisor, Eric Foner, I have to leave. I have to go to Georgia, and I have to help my sister take care of her 3 kids. The doctors are saying she won't live till Thanksgiving. And it was early November then. And he said, go, just go. And thankfully, my fellow graduate students, they took over my classes. They substitute taught for me. But true to what the doctor said, on Thanksgiving Day, my sister passed away. And when she passed away, we were all devastated, because even though we knew it was something that was likely, we tried to believe that it just was not going to happen to us, that God loved us so much, he wouldn't do this to us. I grew up in the church. I grew up in a Christian family. And so we went to my sister's funeral, and this is us. I'm one of 7. Tracy was the oldest, and I only had one brother. And my brother spoke at my sister's funeral, and about 4 days after the funeral, he got sick. And my mom said, it's not good. They have to put him on a ventilator. The doctors are saying he has a 50% chance of living or dying. I had not unpacked my bags from my sister's funeral. And I was back in New York, and I was in disbelief. And so I said, okay, I'm coming to Texas. I will be there. Just give me 24 hours just to get all of my things in order, because I haven't even washed clothes from what was in my luggage. And the very next morning, my mother called me and said, your brother passed away. And it was 10 days after Tracy had just passed, less than a week before her funeral. And I was distraught, completely distraught. And I wasn't sure how to handle that kind of grief. It felt like a 1-2 punch in which I just could not come up for air. I'm going to pull these up. And I think about this, and I thought about this a lot this past holiday season, because I think that For many of us, especially who are Black, that's what the pandemic and the racial unrest of 2020 felt like. It felt like this 1-2 punch where we had a global pandemic and then you had the murder of George Floyd, and it felt like we just couldn't catch a break or just couldn't catch, a reprieve. Losing my siblings, my parents losing 2 children, my niece and nephews losing their mother and their uncle just felt like trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. And we did not know how to deal with that. And so when I came to All About Love, I realized how much Bell Hooks centered the community, how much she talked about grief as an act of love. I'm just gonna pull these up as well. She talked about how much it was important to surround yourself with other people when you were grieving. And what I appreciate about Bell Hooks is that she equipped me with a lot of the tools that I needed to seek out when I was having this worst moment of my life period for a long time. And I talk about to my classes, to my friends, about how powerful love is, about how important it is that we step away from the cliches that are like filled with Valentines and hearts and really get into love as a radical, collective act, as a tool, even as a weapon to combat something like white supremacy. And she says in her book, only love can heal the wounds of the past. Only love can heal the wounds of the past. And as a historian, I'm always thinking about the past. I'm always thinking about the wounds of the past. And so as I started to contemplate thinking about the racial unrest, the pandemic, January 6th, Martin Luther King, all of these studies that show horrible statistics about the world that we live in, I realized that these are the wounds of the past and the present. And in some ways, when we're not careful, our future. And I wanted to know how I could address that in my classroom. How could I address that in my own personal life? And so I wanted to pull up some of the quotes that Bell Hooks says that is important to me. She says, the answer to grief is love, and that love is transformative. It is transformative. It can change your outlook. She also understood that love is devoid of power. And this was probably one of the most difficult things for me to reconcile, because when you're grieving, all you want to do is control the situation. You want to stop crying. You want to help people. You want the hurting to stop. And I realized that the more I was trying to control my grief, control my response, the more I was losing. And I realized that love is not about control, that love is powerful, but it is devoid of power, power to dominate, power to control, and that I needed to recognize that my grief was also a part of love. In our capitalistic patriarchy society, we are filled with ideas about love being weak and even embarrassing. I think that we look at people who look at love with like rose-colored glasses as, optimistic or naive. But Bell Hooks pushes back on all of that. And she says, we cannot know love unless we're unable to surrender our attachment to power. And as a Black woman living in this patriarchy, capitalist, imperialist society, it was really hard for me to relinquish that power, to relinquish the myth that I'm a Black woman, I can handle all things, I can do this, I'm strong, I can climb mountains. That it is okay to be weak, it is okay to be vulnerable, it is okay to grieve, to pause and to grieve. So she says something that I think is really important. She says, love connects us to others. Love requires community. And I want to push back on a myth that says misery loves company. That is absolutely not true. That when you are grieving and when you are hurting, the most thing you need is people around you who will love on you, who will care for you, who will support you. And I think back on that time, 14 years ago, in which we faced these tremendous losses of my siblings, that we had exactly that. That when people asked me how I got through, it was the community. While I was at graduate school, this was when all of this started happening. It was before my prospectus defense, and I remembered I had all these papers to grade. It was the holidays, it was Thanksgiving, and you know how at the end of Thanksgiving you come back, it's like a week or two left of classes, and then it's finals. And all of this happened right after Thanksgiving, and I felt embarrassed because I had already asked my department for so much help, and I thought, there's no way I can go back and say, oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you, but my brother died too. Like, I'm not making this up. I felt shame. It sounds silly, but I felt shame. And when I told my professor this, I said, I can't function right now. And my fellow graduate students, they said, we have your classes. And they graded all of my students' papers, and they turned in all of my grades for me. And they finished the semester for me when I couldn't do it for myself. And then my husband at the time, he was a pilot in the military, and he was deployed. He was in Iraq. And they had let him come back when my sister was ill, but they were not going to let him come back after she passed. They don't let you come back unless you have an immediate loss of kin, like a parent. They don't even let you come back from a deployment with the loss of a grandparent. And so I knew that he was not going to be able to come back and that I would be grieving without my beloved. And when his commander called me to ask how I was doing, I said, I'm sorry, my brother just passed away as well. And then he said, okay, I'm going to call you right back. And when he called me back, he said, Nathaniel's in the air. When he lands, he's going to pack his bags. He's coming home. Someone else volunteered to take his place. And when you think about deployments, people are gone for 3 months, 4 months on end. So someone in the States had to uproot their life and choose to come to a combat zone for months so that my husband could come home and be with me. And when I thought about how grief operates, you cannot find healing without the community. You cannot find healing without the collective. So I think about the love and the care that my family got, and this is the last picture that we took all together, in which William and Tracy were all there. It was my sister's baby shower, and my mother was super surprised. We weren't supposed to see Tracy, but my other sister, Crystal, flew to Georgia, and then they drove from Georgia back to Texas so we could surprise my mom, so we could all be there for my sister's shower, and we all took a picture in the backyard, and this was it. And this was the last photo that we had together. And when I think about this image, it makes me also think about the love that was poured onto our family. The church surrounded us. They cooked meals for months in perpetuity. People would just come over to the house, and I would open up the laundry room, and someone was in there doing laundry. And I'm like, who are you? And they're like, I'm just from the church. I'm just doing laundry. You know, like, people were constantly there helping out. And when people couldn't deliver food anymore, they brought other things. There was constant care. And so when my family experienced this, we took all of this love and we took all of this outpouring and we gave it to other people. When I wrote that op-ed in the Atlantic, a woman wrote on my Facebook page and she said, you don't know me, but when your siblings passed, I was there at your brother's service, and 1 month later, my daughter and my only child died. And we had all of these funerals and services to go to, and when we got back to Texas, the first people to greet us at the airport were your parents. And they came to our house, and they cried with us, and they prayed with us, and they stayed with us. And I never forgot what your mother did for me, what your father did for me. And I was so overwhelmed because I just couldn't believe that, like, exactly what Bell Hooks talked about. It was the community repaying the community. You poured into us, we pour into you. And my mother said to me, oh, that's Carol Stussy. I know Carol Stussy. She helped bring 20 faculty members to William's service, to William's funeral. And she made sure that we had everything we needed while we were grieving. That is what the community does. So I want to tell you, I don't want to take too much time. I want to tell you a story about my student. I had a student when I was teaching at Hunter College, and it was about Thanksgiving, shortly after Thanksgiving, and she sent me an email and said, I don't know if I can get the paper done. I went home to Oklahoma for Thanksgiving, and both of my parents were killed in a car accident. And I was like, what? You're even emailing me? Like, I could not get my head around the fact that she was trying to like make up work. And I said, you are an excellent student. You're a dynamic student. Your work is done here. You have an A, your work is done. Don't turn in anything. And I thought I might have been an anomaly, and thank God I wasn't. All of her professors said, your grade, your work is done here. You have an A. Don't come back to New York. Be with your family. And then the president of the college said, I know you're a senior. I know you're graduating. I have paid off the rest of your tuition and all of your student loans. And then the administration said, you know what, we don't want you coming back to school. So we have looked at your credits. You have enough to graduate. You don't have to come back to New York at all. And I was so blown away by how the community came together for this one student. So that at the end of the term, she came back to me. She was packing up her bag, she was packing up her apartment, she was leaving to move back to Oklahoma, and she came to my office hours, and we sat in my office and we just cried. We just cried. Because I knew what it meant to lose two people that were close to me, and for her to lose both of her parents at the same time was just so much. But I realized that this is what Bell Hooks is talking about when she says that the classroom is a place of healing, that the classroom can be transformative, that we don't just come together to learn, we come together to love one another, and how radical that can be when we center our trauma and we center our pain and we help one another. So I wanna wrap up because I don't want to take too much time. This is the last two slides, I promise. Hooks gives us the antidote to pain. She prioritized our trauma. She centered our suffering. She gave readers language to understand love as a noun, as an adjective, and a verb, and healing as a communal act. And when I look at this picture of Mike Brown Sr., Mike Brown's father, as they laid his son to rest, what grieves me the most is his anguish. But what encourages me the most is the community that is surrounding him. Are the people that have their hands on him, that are holding him up, that are, we are here with you. We are right here with you. You don't grieve alone. This trauma is not your own to bear alone. Misery does not love company. Love loves company. Love loves people. So when I think about this, I think about Alice Walker. And she says a few things that I think are wonderful. She says, those who love us never leave us alone in our grief. That in the moment they show us the wound, they reveal that they have medicine. And then she says, in our schools, in our healthcare and police and mass incarceration and housing the wounds of the past, we are being shown the wound. Every single day, we are seeing the wounds of the past. But Alice Walker says, here is the medicine. That though the heart is breaking, happiness can exist in a moment. Happiness can exist in a moment. And when I thought about that, I was like, I don't know, Alice Walker. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think that's possible. And then I saw it in the summer of 2020. I saw people screaming out, I can't breathe. And then I saw the electric slide. And then I saw joy. And then I saw people dancing. And it wasn't because they weren't sad. It was because they understood that love and grief go hand in hand. And that when we have a wound that is cut so deep, happiness can exist in that space. Happiness can exist. So I'm going to end with a quote by Charles McKinney, who's a good friend of mine. This is the quote. It says, "We are not solely the history of fighting white folks. That is not who we are. We are double Dutch in the summer. We are letting out the air of Big Mama's house. We are Uncle Ray's jokes on top of jokes. We are collard greens and second lines and blue lights in the basement. We are swagger in the midst of chaos. We are reunions and step shows. We are the borough and the bayou. We are church till 2 and the corner till 4. We are a universe of experiences." Thank you.
I actually need us to take a beat. So I'm just going to do 2 minutes of silence for us, okay? So as we transition, I actually want to invite my friend Shawn McGuffey if you could just go to the podium and just maybe in half the time lead us through the exercise where you feel it in your body.
This is an exercise that I learned as a teacher in an indigenous reservation where they try to connect your mind and your spirit. That your body often holds pain and grief, and that your body oftentimes knows things before your brain does. And that it's about teaching you how to learn when something as bad is happening to you before you have words for it. What we do is you sit and you think about what you just saw or heard or witnessed, and you sit in silence, and you try to you figure out where you're feeling it in your body. And then the second part of it is you start to think about what is your body trying to tell you. And the whole key is once you do this practice over and over again, you learn when you're in danger before you have the words that you're in danger, but you also learn how to process that. And I always give this example where I was, one example I give is that I was at a university meeting, and when I feel like something is wrong, I feel in my upper back. And I was at this meeting, and my body, I started feeling it, and I didn't have the language for it, but my body was telling me, this space is not meant for you. And even though I was in a meeting with upper administration, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go, because my body is telling me this space is not for me. And once I have the language for it, I'll come back to this space and then we can have a conversation. So that's the point of this exercise. So you have these moments like that where your body's telling you something before you have words for it. So have some silence and think about, after what we just witnessed, whether it be the last speaker or over the day, where you're feeling it in your body. And then second, what do you think your body is telling you? And typically when Professor John Charles and I have taught, we taught Black Lives, where Black Lives Matter meets Me Too, we let people in the classroom share what they've learned about their bodies in those moments. So just take a minute or two to sit with what you've just heard throughout the day. Think about where you're feeling it in your body. And once you've identified where you're feeling your body, what is your body trying to tell you? Just give about 30 more seconds. Ten more seconds.
Thank you. If anyone would like to share about the exercise or their experience, I invite you to do so now. I see a lot of tears. I have my own. The panelists included. Sometimes it's good to just take a moment to pause. And yeah, like Shawn said, we used to do this often in the class that Grace talked about, actually, out of necessity. And I think, you know, I wish that we came from a culture where this kind of pausing was more normal. And I just, the title of this panel was A Sacrament of Love. And I just want to thank you all for bringing us into that sacrament. It was such a blessing.
Thank you.
It was such a blessing.
I knew I was nervous for a reason.
Your body was trying to tell you something.
I was like, I don't want to do this. I'm glad that I did.
I'm so glad you did too. Thank you. Please. It's okay, just let it go.
I love you, Kellie. Because Kellie is, you know, she's a person who's really in my family, my friend family. And, you know, Kellie is a person who, she's so buoyant and she's so loving. She's like always like, she's like the center of like love wrap.
Yes, yes.
It's kind of like she's this little orbit of people around her. And you would never know that like, Kellie's love is, like Kellie is like doing a resistance type of love because you never know the kind of loss that Kellie has been through. And like her love is like, that's the way she makes up for the loss. You know, like I see her with her children, I see how many, particularly Black families that she brings around her. And, you know, Kellie has always made me feel a part of her orbit. And you would just, you know, there are people who would say, you know, I get a right to be angry and I get a right to be bitter. And Kellie's like, I can process all that and it won't change who I am at my core.
Correct.
You know, Kellie has always, like her resistance has always been like, but I'm a loving person. I just wanted to celebrate.
Yes. Amen. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love you.
Yeah, I think when I first read that piece, your op-ed, I was like, I think I sent you a text and I was like, I had no idea. You exude so much love and so much joy, like it's literally coming out of your pores. There's a quotation that I really love that says, grief is love unbound. And I kind of feel like that's also what we're doing, right? I know Lorgia shared about this prior to today, about just kind of working through this grief and unbinding, right? It feels like an unbinding, and you feel the love unbinding. I mean, I kind of feel like questions are not appropriate. Okay. So, do you mind going to the mic, please? Yes, it is time for questions.
It was more of a
We have about 10 minutes.
reflection in that exercise. For me, what was happening was my pain was in my heart. And that is so connected, grief and love. And just society tells us that we shouldn't show up with love. And today has been so beautiful to honor bell hooks in this way with love and flowers.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me to present in the world through love can dissipate the hate.
Yeah.
And I hope that in the work I do, we always talk about, can we give flowers to those when they're here in the physical being? Because they're always with us after they've left that physical space. And so I hope that we can do more of this and give my flowers to all of you scholars who have shared your knowledge. Thank you so much. This has been such a beautiful way to honor bell hooks, and I hope we can honor you and celebrate and give you all flowers through your journeys. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I especially appreciate you saying that as both an alum and a parent of a current student here at Northeastern. So thank you for taking the time to be with us today. We have about 9 minutes before we wrap up. And I do have to give Savita the mic to make the closing announcements. But does anybody else want? Any of our panelists? Anyone? Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you, Dr. Clark. Please, can you? Oh, yes. What did I do with that? No, there was a question. Thank you for reminding us. There was a question on a car. Oh my gosh. Now that question's going to make me cry again. Now I remember it. The person, it started out saying, so many of my heroes are dying. Octavia Butler, Toni Morrison, now bell hooks. What was the second part? The second part was,
Oh, you have.
oh, thank you. The second part was, how does it feel being the people who take up their mantle? What does that choice or responsibility mean to you? Well, that feels like a lot. Please. Can you say it in the mic, though, my love? Yeah. Thank you.
So this really struck me when our ancestor Bell transitioned, because in her work, she experienced detractors from straight cis black men. She experienced what I thought was, I mean, I was ready to pull up and fight, from some younger black feminists.
Oh.
And it was very important to me, and I think this is not unique to me, I have always seen myself as being very much ready to ride for like my mothers, right? Like, you know, just being this like, this sort of spear to protect the mothers. I think, you know, at Spelman, that was always a thing. It's like, I remember, you know, being 19 and there was a straight black man who had said something to Beverly Guy Sheftall. He like pointed his finger at her. And I, like, it was like, what's up? Like, cause it just, to me, it was like, one, you're not gonna disrespect an elder. And you certainly not gonna disrespect this elder. And, you know, that mantle for me is always really like, I feel this burning desire to like pay homage by protecting the foremothers. Yeah. Like it's not, you don't get to that place accidentally. You don't get to that place with your mind intact accidentally. And part of what, I've never been one of the new schoolers who felt like, well, you know, what we need to do is like just, you know, throw off the OGs. I've always been very much proud of like being in the line of succession. And so again, it's like when Belle died, it actually, I did not know that there was going to be a strange and disturbing and grotesque celebratory spirit from some black men in our field. Black men who had convinced themselves that she somehow called for basically the lynching of the Central Park Five. I think there were people who deliberately misread her words, who deliberately tried to dismiss her, who clearly ain't read the book, who ain't do the assignment. But I'm always very proud to know that like the young ones, the women of my cohort, the femmes of my cohort, all the people who call themselves black feminists, really see ourselves as protecting her legacy like a vault, you know, like the Bastille. And that, you know, part of what we do, not only in teaching her and not only in keeping her alive, but also making sure that no one will misinterpret her. You know, I've seen too many black people be undone after their death.
Please. You have a mic. Oh, your mic right there. Sorry. So how do we step into these very huge shoes, right? How do we pass these things along or step in? I've always, as I shared in my talk, I've always been sort of on the periphery of everything, not quite in the middle, not quite, you know, always invited in. And but I'm still there, you know, I'm still lurking around. And I see my role as the conduit, right? Because this world, this environment puts so much pressure on us to pull apart. And while I really co-sign on this need to protect, we also have the roles to pull together. Right, and I think I told Sister Clark, I reached out to her and we could not quite make it. And I was like, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still gonna be here. I'm gonna still kind of like, you know, because we can't afford to fade away, right? We've done way too much work. These women, these legacies have done way too much work for us. And this institution will push us still to the margins. It'll push us down. It'll keep us so busy that we're running and passing each other. And so I thank God that that I was able to, you know, say, you know what, you have a place. You have a place, and I appreciate it so much. And so I think that's what I'm going to do to step in.
I am of a generation of scholars for whom we had a lot. So while we were in graduate school or just starting as assistant professors, many of our mentors were dying very early. You know, Claudia Tate, Barbara Christian, and a lot of these losses were very sudden. And so these are, I'm talking about Black feminists, right, that died, early deaths, like in their 50s, in their 60s. And I remember it was so jarring for us. And the thing that we would always talk about was keeping each other alive, right? And this is the thing they say in Combahee, right? That we have always fought for ourselves, right? So when we think about Black feminists and Black women and that work of, I love that quote that you had up there about always centering the women. I think of the mantle, that responsibility is a choice to always be present, be loving, be in community with other Black women and Black feminists, right? Like to keep each other, right? And to be able to say, like the grad students in your program, right? Like, oh, you know, sis, like you need to step back from that. You're doing too much right now. You know, I need you to live. Let's go have a drink. Like, let's go to a restaurant. Like, let's, you know, like, let's convene. Like, let's be together. And I think for me, that's how I see it. Because if I can help to ensure that other Black women don't feel isolated, don't take care of themselves. We actually started this thing, a group text of women I'm in now. I went and I had my very first mammogram ever. I'm 43. And I asked the women in the text, I'm like, y'all, have you done this? And it was so interesting to see who had done it, who hadn't done it, but we never talked about it. And these are my best friends, like from college, right? So we talk about everything. And so I now intentionally am bringing up these conversations about our health, right? Like, are you gonna go, you know, have you made this appointment? And I think that that's one of the ways, I mean, it's a very small thing, but just thinking about paying attention to our health and caring. I mean, to me, it almost feels like I feel that I am stewarding also the lives, like part of being a friend to my Black women friends is also feeling like I am a steward for their health and for their lives. I feel like I could sit here with you all day, but we do have to end. Do we have a final comment or question or offering? The offering table is still open over there if you want to write something down. I know there are a lot of Black church people here. It doesn't mean leave money, okay? I'm just saying, just write a note. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I would like to invite Savita. Savita, if you could come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate all of you joining us and being in community to celebrate the life and legacy of Bell Hooks. As she said, to be loving is to be open to grief, to be touched by sorrow, even sorrow that is unending. We wanted to give a special thanks to all of the brilliant panelists for taking the time to come here today and join us in conversation and remembrance. As well as all of our co-sponsors, along with Dr. Jean Charles, the mastermind behind this event, who channeled her grief into an event to honor Bell Hooks. Once again, as the event closes, we invite folks to the back of the room to the altar and to write a note card if you choose. Again, thank you so much for coming. And please join me in a final round of applause for Dr. Jean Charles, the panelists, all of you, and the person who inspired this today, Bell Hooks. Thank you.